go ahead and call the November 13th agenda session of the Cumberland County Board of Commissioners to order. Apologize for our delay. We were finishing up our joint meeting with the City of Fayetteville in regards to joint 911 operations. At this time, I'll ask Commissioner Marshall Faircloth to provide the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's stand and honor God and country, please. Dear Father, we thank you for the opportunity to be here today to actually do the business of our community in the presence of our community. Thank you for our very recent job that was done with the City Council. We pray, Lord, that we will be able to go forward with the things that we discussed there. We ask your blessing on these decisions that we make today, that we do those in the best interest of all of our people, and that they are also pleasing in your sight. We ask these things in your name. Amen. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we'll move to item 1, approval of the agenda. County Manager Greer, are there any changes?
No. Well, one requested change, Chairman Deviere. I'd like to move the other item of business, the interbasin transfer. If we could move that to the first item of business, because we have representatives from PD.
Presentation.
You'd like to move it to before presentations or first item of business?
As a presentation? As a presentation.
We're going to take action on it, but they can give it to us as a presentation. Commissioner Adams, you recognize.
The one that we're talking about is just, it's no action to be taken, it's the interwarning basin.
Actually, Commissioner Adams, there will be action because we're going to direct a resolution to be done.
Gotcha, okay.
So we'll need action.
Okay.
But definitely agree with it.
Well, I wanted to make
So,
sure.
Commissioner, County Manager Greer, if you want to move to the beginning of a presentation, we can take action from a presentation. We're in an order of business. I don't see
Yes,
an issue
and we
with
can
it.
move it to the first presentation, make it 3A.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other changes, Commissioner Greer or County Manager Greer?
No, that's it, Chairman Deviere.
I thought
I didn't want the promotion.
unhoused.
Yes, one unhoused item that we need to add on, item 4J, unhoused providers and operational costs, operational budget.
And
And that would be item 4J.
okay. And item 4C.
4C, we will move to the December 2025 agenda session. I'm sorry.
Commissioners, any additional changes? Commissioners, I would entertain, based on our time, that I will move my 2 commissioner requests to the December agenda meeting.
Which one's it?
They're the 2 commissioner requests, item 8, so we'll just eliminate item 8. I'm sorry, item 7. I'll move those to December in the sense of time, because they're not time sensitive. Any other changes to the agenda?
This is coming into December.
Yes. Hearing none, entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Vice Chairwoman Jones.
Yes, I make a motion that we approve the agenda with changes.
Second. We've got a motion on the floor to approve the agenda with the additional items and the pulling, the removal of 2 items and adjustment in the order on item 3. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to item 2, approval of the October agenda session minutes. Entertain a motion, Vice Chairwoman Jones.
Yes, I make a motion we approve the October agenda session minutes.
Is there a second? Got a motion to approve the October agenda session minutes. Been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And we'll go ahead and move to item 3, presentation, with the first one being the, get to the right one. Interbasin transfer.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. Recently, over the last week, we were notified by DEQ that there was an application for interbasin transfer from the town of Fuquay-Varina. Want to have a presentation or discussion about the impacts on in the Cape Fear and the impacts to Cumberland County. Amanda Lee, General Manager, Natural Resources, will discuss this item and also introduce individuals from PwC here. Amanda.
Can I just say a couple of comments? This was one that I put on for presentation.
We'll let Ms. Amanda, we'll let Ms. Lee finish, and then we'll go to comments. And County Manager Greer, did you want to introduce any of the guests over here? She'll do it? Okay. Go ahead. We'll go ahead and move through this.
Okay. So as noted, the North Carolina environmental management officials are reviewing a request from the city of Fuquay-Varina to increase their current transfer of 2 MGD to 6.17 MGD from the Cape Fear River Basin to the Neuse River Basin. We stand opposed to that interbasin transfer. There is a valid concern that interbasin transfers of this magnitude may effectively subsidize growth in receiving areas using the limited water resources of the Cape Fear River Basin. And we are also concerned about reducing the flow of the Cape Fear River Basin by transferring water that could lead to greater concentrations of pollutants in the river, a reduced flow rate with diminishing the river's natural ability to dilute and transport pollutants, and have detrimental effects on aquatic ecosystems, recreational activities, and public health within the Cape Fear River Basin. We are concerned that the proposed interbasin transfer will limit the amount of water available for withdrawal to support growth in Cumberland County, including the recently widened I-95 corridor due to regulation limits under federal and state laws. And most importantly, water availability is crucial for sustaining economic development, agriculture, and quality of life in communities. And if water is diverted elsewhere, it may constrain the ability of communities within Cumberland County to support their own development and population growth.
Were you going to introduce our partners at PwC?
So I'll introduce our partners at PwC. I believe Misty Manning is here to present their position.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
So thank y'all, and thank you for your support of this. I know you've mentioned you have a resolution and you're planning to speak on behalf. Amanda covered all of my points, so I won't belabor those. But I do want to just put it on record that they are holding a public hearing on December 4th at Fayetteville Technical Community College, and PwC is urging residents of Cumberland County and elected officials who will to come and speak on that.
Thank you. And before I open up comments, I appreciate staff, the quick response time on moving this. I know several commissioners, including myself, Commissioner Adams, and Vice Chairwoman, made a point about making sure we moved quickly on this so that we could have a resolution in place so we can speak to this in December. So thank you to our staff for the quick movement, as well as PwC for the outreach. It's exactly the type of partner that we want, and we appreciate the outreach. I know your CEO reached out to, I think, every member of the board, but we appreciate it, and I'll open it up for comments or questions from the board. Vice Chairman Jones, and then I'll go to Commissioner Adams.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you could please state, I know you stated FTCC, but the location and the time, please. You said December 4th, so what was the time and place? And if you could give the time and the location on the campus, please.
So it'll be Thursday, December 4th. Sign-in begins at 5:30. The meeting starts at 6. and it's at Fayetteville Technical Community College, Cumberland Hall Auditorium, which is located at 2220 Hull Road.
Thank you.
And before I move, I just also want to recognize Tyler Patton, he's Chief Communication Officer with PwC, so thank you for being here as well. Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
Thank you. I don't know if you want to introduce, I've got one more PwC person, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I talked to Misty and Mr. Bryant from PwC last week. This is an ongoing fight. This is just the latest fight in fights that Cumberland County has had on this interwater transfer basin, because what is happening is PwC actually had to file a lawsuit for prior years in terms of the transfer out of the Cape Fear River, not just to the Neuse River, Raleigh, and all of those up in Cary, wanted to take it out of the Cape Fear River Basin. The fight there was that they don't want to put it back in. It would be one thing if you took it out and then put it back into the Cape Fear. They actually want to transfer this, and this is going to be, we've had this battle. Mick Nolan's been battling this for years and years when he was doing water over at PwC. We've done the one in Raleigh. We've done the one, Chatham County is going to come. Randolph County, I believe, is going to come. As long as they're doing all of this construction up and down their areas, they're going to want to pull out of the Cape Fear River. That just creates a problem for everybody downstream, not just us, Harnett County, everybody in the Cape Fear River Basin. New Hanover and Wilmington really has a problem, because once you slow down this flow, they're going to get the algae blooms that is then going to end up killing aquatic life and everything else. So I think it's very important that we be there at this hearing. And, Mr. Chairman, I ain't trying to tell you what to do, but some of us may need to even go to Raleigh, because there's going to be some people in Raleigh. They have a hearing in Raleigh also for us to speak on this issue, to make sure that they know that this is a problem and we're opposed to it. And I think a resolution to that effect is great. But I think that each municipality here, all the counties above us and below us, need to also be invited to the meeting that Fayetteville Tech, and I know PwC is working on that, to be able to do that. So thank you all for coming. We'll keep up the fight, and we'll keep this going.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add that, given where we've set our priorities as a board, coming through our budget and making sure that we're working towards clean, safe drinking water for all of the residents in our county, I can't state enough that we need to make sure that we protect access to water resources and to water volume. So this interbasin transfer, from what I understand, could put that at risk. And Mr. Chairman, I would just urge that as we look towards adopting either a resolution or some sort of formal action to kind of voice our concerns, that the board thinks about that. And I'd also just like to add that I appreciate PwC working with us as they did the extension of the water line to our two schools in Grace Creek, and as they're working on that infrastructure. They've worked very hard with Amanda Lee and the rest of our team on that project. So I just wanted to commend them and thank them for their support and work with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, any other comments? I believe the intent, and I know I appreciate the staff. I had a conversation with staff about this. I think it's important that we have a resolution. And Commissioner Adams, you don't have to direct me. I had already planned to attend.
I wouldn't direct you.
But it's okay. It's a valid point. I will attend any and all, especially the one in Raleigh and especially the one here. And I've done that previously in other roles. And so I'll look to do that on behalf of the board, and I'll speak to, if we pass a resolution, I'll speak to that resolution and any other comments that we shape up. Hearing no other comments, I'll entertain a motion from Vice Chairman Jones.
I move to direct staff to bring back resolution to consent agenda on November 17th, 2025 board meeting.
Second the motion.
We've got a motion on the table to have staff prepare a resolution in opposition to this action to bring back on the consent agenda on November 17th, 2025. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you, and staff, again, thank you for the rapid movement on moving this forward. Also, so I don't get in trouble again, I failed to recognize him once before, but I will make sure I recognize our sheriff is here as well. Sheriff, thank you for attending, and it's good to see you. I want to make sure we recognize you. We'll go ahead and move to item B3B, Black Voices Museum update, and I'll call on County Manager Greer.
Yes, Robert Van Giens, president of Fayetteville Cumberland County Economic Development Corporation, will introduce the representatives that are handling the Black Voices Museum and go over an overview similar to the one that was provided in small groups maybe 3 months ago. Robert.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for this opportunity. About 18 months ago, a little longer than that ago, you set us loose down a process to take what was then a concept and develop a vision and plan around it to bring back to you. Today, you'll receive a presentation regarding all the components of that work that we set out to do, from the outreach, the research, the interviews that were conducted, the input sessions, the planning work that was done, the powerful and unique proposed programming that this facility would have, and then ultimately the renderings, the estimates, the projected budget, the business plan, and the model for that going forward. You challenged us with something unique, which was we brought to you the idea of being a leader in the conversation on how a community reconciles issues with race, equity, and justice. And so I think you'll be pleased with the work that's been done, and we look forward to presenting this to you and presenting it to the city, and then perhaps sitting down and having discussions about where those next steps go, possibly finding some way to do that together. There is no ask as part of today's presentation. This is the results of the work that was done. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dov Evans, who's been our lead facilitator on the project.
Thank you, Robo. Good afternoon, County Commissioners. Looking forward to presenting a lot of the good work we did. I'm Dr. Dov Evans. I am the community outreach consultant with the project. So I will get started with talking a little bit about the outreach portion and how we engage the community, and talking a little bit about the project of a Black Voices Museum here in Fayetteville. So again, outreach at a glance. We were commissioned with answering just a few questions that really drove the work that we did with the community, which is these 3 questions here. What are the stories that will be important to host in the Black Voices Museum spaces? Also, what does it mean to empower Black voices? And then lastly, what are the possibilities for this museum? The outreach process was multifaceted, and there's a couple components. So we conducted 9 interviews where we had an opportunity to interview Fayetteville citizens and talk about their time here in Fayetteville, the history, again, their thoughts around a Black Voices Museum. We also hosted 3 vision workshops with a total of 47 participants. We had a project website with 703 site visits. We showed up we popped up at certain events to talk about our project and the idea of a Black Voices Museum, and also collect their feedback around and their ideas and their thoughts and questions around a Black Voices Museum. And then lastly, again, we had a community survey. We had 51 respondents to our survey as well. So the question that typically comes up when we talk about this project is, why Fayetteville specifically? Now, typically, I retort and say, well, why not? But there's quite a few other responses that we can have, which is, number one, when you think about the historical, the cultural, and the geographic significance of Fayetteville, to me, it's a no-brainer. So there are several different components here that Fayetteville has that I think makes it a prime location for a project like this. But just looking at a few, number one, the presence of HBCU, of more specifically Fayetteville State University, its pageantry, its history, what its alumni base, and everything that it means to Fayetteville. All that needs a house. It needs to be housed somewhere. And then when you think about this project and its proximity to Fort Bragg, for example, and you think about stories specifically like the Triple Nickels, and things of that nature, you think about those stories need a house. They need to be housed somewhere, especially with today's political climate and how stories like those are disappearing. So I think a project like this is very much needed. And when you think about Fayetteville reimagined, what does that mean? Well, of course, not just preserving history for posterity's sake, but also trying to envision what is this going to look like in the future. How do we capture these stories to ensure that future generations understand the foundation that's already been laid, here by the folks in Fayetteville, all the good work that's been done. So there's been a heavy emphasis on youth programming to make sure that the youth understand exactly the work that's been done in Fayetteville. That would also include reconceptualizing the idea of the Market House as well, since it be in such close proximity to this project. So again, there's a lot of historical significance. A project like this would certainly make sense in Fayetteville. There were many key takeaways that we got from this project. These are 8 main takeaways that we got from the feedback directly from the community, one of them being the power of storytelling. I'm sure you all have had many opportunities to speak to the people in Fayetteville and capture and understand the power of their stories that they have here in Fayetteville. Where will those stories be housed? And we can imagine that a Black Voice Museum project like this would be the perfect place to house those stories. These are some of the other takeaways that were just as important, and one other one I want to note is youth as a priority. There was a heavy emphasis on youth, educating the youth, making sure they have a safe place to go. Again, learning about Fayetteville, learning about the history, and again, a place to build and continue to build community, right? The focus on the future and the youth. So without further ado, I'd like to get my other esteemed colleagues to talk a little bit more about the architecture as well.
Yes, hello. My name is Roger Smith, Gensler, and we were charged with taking this incredible community engagement and crafting a project out of it and an initial concept. Really, the mission statement, the vision for the project is all about preserving and honoring Fayetteville's Black community and its incredibly rich history. It's also charged with being a kind of dynamic center for history, education, storytelling, social justice, and ideally inspired by all of the generations of Fayetteville. There are sort of 4 pillars that we looked at in terms of driving the process: arts and cultures, centers for social equity and empowerment, and also it becomes a haven for healing. So the social equity center is an important part of this that helps drive community forward. Healing is obviously a process that will come out of the incredible storytelling that happens here. We looked at a number of precedents. I think because of the time, you can get through this quickly, all of which has informed our thinking about the incredible potential for this project. These are all inspiring projects across the country that have told stories that are an extension of the American story. So again, these are some initial diagrams that we did to sort of understand the community and the location of the site. You can see the site here in this sort of light pink tone between Person and Otis Jones. Again, you can see all the cultural institutions surrounding this particular area. That's very important site. Some views of the streetscape itself along Persons, understanding the character and scale of that. But the sort of important thing for us was to be inspired. What do we do to inspire this museum? In part, we were inspired by the poem that was written, and hymn written by James Weldon Johnson in 1900. The hymn was Lift Every Voice and Sing. It was a solemn yet hopeful appeal to liberty. And the next slide, if you go through these slides quickly, yes, go to the next. These are some sections and other diagrams that we developed during the process. Do that. This section sort of shows what we're talking about. This image, for example, describes this idea of lifting every voice from the lobby on Person up through the gallery spaces, each time lifting those voices. So we thought, what if we could create a place that embodies that idea, the idea that each voice can be lifted, from activists to civic leaders to writers to poets to scholars to artists to musicians, soldiers, shop owners, grandmothers, grandfathers, fathers, mothers, and their descendants to tell the story of the Black experience and the larger contribution that it actually makes to the American story. So this was an important part of what we thought about as we developed the project. This is a view on persons, again, a more intimate scale. You can see how the words of the hymn are sort of described in this metal screen you see in the front, telling the story and elevating the story of Black voices. The next view, I think, is a view, if we can go to the next slide. This is a view that sort of looks over the courthouse at this idea of Hub becoming a real dynamic center of cultural events and really being a hub for the community coming together. It'll have real presence, we think, and offer up real opportunity for the entire community to engage and come together. This view, you can begin to see the screen that we developed that has the words of that incredibly impactful hymn. You can see the galleries that exist within the body of the museum, outdoor spaces that offer new perspectives of Fayetteville and the community that is made up in this space. The lobby itself, to sort of two-story space that greets you, a stair that takes you to each level of galleries, and animates the space with skylight that brings light into the main space of the gallery. And here, the Audis Jones entrance. This is the entrance to the Center for Justice. And you can imagine the sort of activity that this will bring as a kind of hub of the entire. So I think collectively, I think all of these centers that are involved in this, including the museum, offer an opportunity for the entire community to come together, to learn, to heal, and to grow as one.
Absolutely. Thank you, Roger. And my name is Reggie Truxon, and I'm an architect here at Gensler. Our last charge was looking at institutional planning and the economic feasibility. And I think when we break down this last section, it's really about how do we make this happen and how do we bring this together. And so we look at the institutional planning process. We know that we're really early in the process of really how to make this come to fruition. So we know we still have some faculty planning as well as operational planning, and then the exciting days of opening. But we know to put that in place, we know the Black Museum needs an academic council to help its curation, board of directors, both national and locally, to really make sure that we don't lose the impact at home, but also we make it a large and inviting attraction for all around. And then the next portion that we're looking at is the budget. When we start kind of thinking about the budget and what we're seeing here is actually the visitor experience, but I jumped to the budget because I think we needed to set a program and understand what kind of economic impact. And without doing that, we needed to use and take the building that was designed and say, what is the number that it's going to take? And what we've come up to is a budget of between 175 to 215 million, with also a startup budget of 10.2 million. And that is with a construction start of Q1 of 2029 and 2031. And so it's a little bit further out than, let's say, next year. So we know there's escalation in that cost. But we were just trying to put a realistic mark on what was designed and what Roger showed on that side. We know that because we're early in the process, this is going to change and is subject to change on the needs and us digging in deeper. But we need to use this to really set up a realistic target on what the economic feasibility can be. And so when we look at that, we see from that building, we can anticipate about 150,000 visitors annually, about 100 events, because we'll have that multi-purpose space that can generate income as well. And then also we know for the opposite side, we know we have the operating cost and maintenance and things of that sort. And so when we think about organizing the finances for this, we know that we do have a small a deficit in the what can be the operating budget and what would be need to happen financially. And so we know that we'll need an annual fundraising and grant support required, which is about 40% of the total operating income. And we think because of that, that is actually a more normal ratio that we've seen in museums of this type. But when we think of also the summary of the total economic impact to Fayetteville, we're looking at during the construction period about 250 million plus, with about 1,100 jobs created during construction. And then thereafter, we're looking at about a 28.5 million output from the visitor spending and museum operations, as well as indirect and induced impacts, with a total of 243 jobs created. And then the last point that we are thinking about is not only just the jobs created and that economic impact, we think of the neighbors in the neighborhood that will be impacted by that. And so we do think we will have increased foot traffic, new business development from the spark of new interest, as well as property values increases, as well as a catalyst for investment. And so with all impacted, we think this hub would become a hub for the community. And so these being the organizational impacts, and that is the summary of what we have studied for the Black Voices Museum with this grant fund.
County Manager Greer, anything else before we move to questions? Or, I'm sorry, Robert, anything else before we move to questions? No. I'll open it up. Commissioners, questions. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say thank you for an excellent presentation. Very excited. The building looks wonderful. But I do have a few comments, and I know that this is subject, I guess you're building in those stages to change. Just a few questions. As you know, we're a military town, and we do have a lot of veterans that are handicapped. So the building itself looks beautiful. So I take it that there's going to be, or is there not, things I would like for you all to consider in this is accessible elevators, definitely sitting spaces on each floor, because we have to make sure those are handicapped. I know that now with all the intuitive, creative ways you can have inside space, open spaces for wheelchairs, walkers, things like that, rails on the inside and outside, because I've been to a few of these museums, and they're beautiful, but sometimes they come up short in reference to that, especially when you have long lines and there's no, those things aren't a factor. So that's pretty much not a question, but I hope that since this is coming to Fayetteville, that we will keep those things in mind as far as, this, like I said, elevators, a lot of sitting spaces for inside and outside, brails, also the hallways, make sure they're accessible for wheelchairs and walkers, and open space and easy accessibility. Also, the corridor outside might be nice to have some benches out there. So those are just some things that I would like to mention and see, and also accessibility for parking. But it's a beautiful building, and I look forward to it.
Any other comments or questions? County Manager Greer, I understand this was information only, no action on our, just update on where we are?
Just information only, and where we are, no action from the board. Just wanted to provide an update.
Any other questions before I turn it back to Vice Chairman Jones?
Yes, I would like an update. I know that you all were discussing that, I guess there's going to be a community board or a nonprofit that would be running things, and you all were in the process of finding a director and also getting that at the nonprofit legality as far as putting that in place. Can you give us an update on where things stand in regards to all of that?
Rachel, please.
Sure, happy to provide an update. We have submitted the nonprofit application. Typically, from our consultants, they're saying about 6 months to 12 months is a regular turnaround time, pending how quickly the IRS moves. As part of that application, we have established an initial or a early development board made up of community members. Crystal Edmonds, John Smith, Brenda Gordon, and Isabella Effon are on the initial board with Bill Cassell as the property owner and representing FCW.
And we would want in that, as we look to establish that direct representation from the city and the county, that is I want to say a placeholder board, but it's initial board as we look to finish these final presentations and then come back and meet with you about the proposed next steps. One thing I would say is that when we do come back to you, we've heard loud and clear that future engagement, what we needed and what we have now is a package, and that package is already being floated to foundational boards and such and gaining interest, because we had to put together the full deck, if you will, for those on the private sector side to be able to consider funding it. But we also look to come back to you, and when we speak to you in the city, it'll be performance-based and small steps here with results at every turn. But again, today is this kind of starts to close out the building out the overall outline of the project.
Vice Chairman, follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just two other questions. I appreciate the update, just being transparent, but I look forward to being a nonprofit owner myself. This has been going on 10 months to get the nonprofit paperwork done, so do have a concern about that. And then just if individuals are interested to serve on this board, how many board members are there going to be, number one, and who's the point of contact if we have someone that we're interested in, or if individuals in the community might be interested on serving on that?
I would say if there are people that are passionate about this project and they are willing to give, is it a participation is the price of admission? Just get them to me, get them to Rich, get them to Rudolph. We have, there is room for you at the table. We can get a bigger table, we can get more chairs, but we just need passionately motivated, positive people, and there's absolutely a role for them.
So you'll be the point of contact.
Yeah.
Thank you. And again, thank your team. Excellent work, and we look forward to the nonprofit information being pushed forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much. We appreciate the update and we appreciate the work. And we'll go ahead and move to item B, Connected Care and Healthy Conversations update. County Manager Greer.
Yes, Dr. Jennifer Green wants to give us an update on both the Connected Care program and our Healthy Conversations program that we've been running for the last 2 years. Dr. Green, our Public Health Director, will present this item and answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for having us today. We're here to provide an update on two initiatives that were in our Health Department budget for the last few years, our Healthy Conversations program and then our Connected Care program. I want to do some quick introductions, and actually staff are going to do the presentation today. First, there she is. She disappeared into the wall. Brenda Jackson is of course, as you know, our DSS director, and she is a partner with us on the Connected Care project and program, and really critical in the implementation of the program and the planning when we started a few years ago. Sheena Butler is our health education supervisor. She's going to be presenting that portion of the update. And then Sanquest Graham is our local public health administrator, and the Connected Care project falls under her suite of programs. So just to kind of cue this up for them, and we're going to keep it high level in the interest of time. We really feel like these projects align with your priorities as a board, and specifically the priorities around enhancing health and wellness. These also align with our Board of Health priorities. They have priorities around making sure we expand access to the programs and services outside the four walls of the Health Department, thinking about how we can expand our partnerships with other multi-sector agencies. And then also really we think about these programs as gap fillers for some of our community health assessment priorities, including physical health, behavioral health, and maternal and child health. These programs really weave throughout these your priorities, and we hope that you'll see that in our presentation. So I'm going to turn it over to Sheena Butler, and she's going to provide a brief update about our Healthy Conversations initiative.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you, Dr. Green. So just to remind everyone, Healthy Conversations is a community-focused program designed to promote health awareness and education. We are partnered with local barbers within the community. We onboarded 10 barbers last year, and so we now have 20 barbers who are part of the program. Each one of those barbers have been trained under these topic areas, so that is heart health, prostate, and colorectal cancer. These are results from year 2, but we actually included year 1 and 2 together. So we have over 3,700 completed surveys, what we are calling conversations. These barbers are working with their clients, and as clients are coming in, they're actually completing surveys about those conversations that they're having. So we use the behavior change framework to kind of guide our practice and letting us know how those clients are responding. Are they at the pre-contemplation stage where they're just not quite ready for a change, but we're maybe thinking about it, or are they ready to prepare or make action towards bettering their health? We have 26 outreach events and counting, so those outreach events would include health department. It could be also some of our health conversations program outreach, and so we are increasing in that area. And we have 573 blood pressure screenings. So in each of the shops, the barbers have a health station. Those health stations have health education programs. They have brochures, community resources, as well as a blood pressure cuff. Clients have the opportunity to take their blood pressure at the shops. We've provided for them blood pressure palm cards so they can record those results and also provide that to their healthcare provider. These are a few questions from the survey, so I won't go through all of them heavily, but I just wanted to share a few of the questions that some of the clients are answering. As Dr. Green mentioned, these do align with the priorities of the Board of Health and the state, the Board of Health as well as the CHA. And so we are seeing a running theme that since your last barber appointment, I have taken my blood pressure, or I've increased physical activity, become a better advocate of health. So those are the top 3 that we are seeing, and it was a continuous running theme that we saw through many of their responses to the survey questions. So I'll kind of go through a few of these. Did want to mention, so we did see an increase in our blood pressure screenings, but there are some clients that may have answered that no, they didn't check their blood pressure that day. So for some of the blood pressure screenings, or for some of the visits that they're coming in and completing the surveys, they are duplicated. So we are encouraging our barbers to have their clients to complete those surveys every time that they come in. So it could be possible that they completed the survey but just didn't check their blood pressure that day. So we are still seeing that they are checking it at least on their first time visit, but possibly not for the next visits to follow. In between my barber appointment, I plan to, again, we see another running theme of take my blood pressure, increase physical activity, and one that we like to see is become a better advocate of health. And so this was about 50% of those responses came in and said that they wanted to become a better advocate for health. Maybe that was for themselves or someone in their household, or possibly for the community. So we wanted to continue to see that folks are taking what they're learning from their barbers and from what they understand about the health department and applying that to their own lives. We added this question this year, so if you selected any of the following, please explain. We wanted to know a little bit more about why they chose these 4 options, if they wanted to improve. And so we kept seeing nutrition and exercise. That was a theme that was running for many of the responses, health awareness and self-improvement, and blood pressure management and cardiovascular health. A few successes throughout the last 2 years. So of course, we've had more cancer screenings that have been completed, referrals received. So Carlotta McCluskey is our Healthy Conversations coordinator. She's also representative of NC Care 360. And so she takes any of the referrals that the barbers may have, and she makes sure to send those to our NC Care 360 portal. We've also seen that there's been enhancement with our program equipment. So since we've had new barbers to onboard with us this year, we needed more equipment, such as like our tablets for those completed surveys. So the surveys are available online, which is through a digital QR code, and there are also paper copies that are available in the shops. And so we thank the commissioners for providing that funding for us to continue to keep the program moving smoothly. We had media interviews with Beasley Media, City View Magazine. One of our barbers was able to interview with Commissioner Adams, so we were happy about that. We've also continued our partnerships. So this is internal partnerships. Sanquez's team, we work with them on getting our barbers trained in CPR as well as Narcan training. We received this year a North Carolina Association of Commissioners Award that was for 2024, in which we were recognized as an innovative program. And we also had a presentation at NCPHA conference for 2025. A few challenges is just around the technical and more logistical things within our coordinator, just support for tracking the barbers, making sure that they have the materials that they need, and doing coordinating and facilitating around trainings. The future of Healthy Conversations, we would like to continue to increase our collaboration with local organizations that have similar goals to what we are doing in our program. Funding to support improvement of the software and tracking program that we're doing. So of course we are collecting these surveys, but we may think about increasing our program tracking to where we want to see maybe the survey questions changed. But of course we want to keep the integrity of those relationships with the barber and client as natural as possible. Also, incentive program design and implementation. The barbers are incentivized for their participation in the program, but they are also incentivizing their clients to complete the surveys. And so this is not a requirement of theirs, but we are excited that they have actually been encouraging their clients to do so, which helps with continuing sustaining the program long term. And that's Sanquest Rents. Thank you.
So next, we're going to have Sanquest talk a little bit about our Connected Care program. And I just want to cue up that this really came at a time when we were thinking about shifts in the state health department and really aligning in collaboration between public health and DSS and how we can make for that seamless transition for clients that might be receiving services from both of our programs, and for clients that might be falling through the gaps and not having a place. We screen for social determinants of health at the health department for every visit, but then what do we do with that screening tool? So how do we make sure that there's some transition as our community members need those critical services? So I'm going to turn it over to Sanquest for her update, and then we'll take some questions.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sanquest Graham, the local public health administrator with Cumberland County Department of Public Health. And as Dr. Green mentioned, the Connected Care program falls under my suite of programs with a partnership that we have between our public health department and DSS. Within our program, we have social workers, who we also refer to as case managers, health educators, nutritionists, nurse, processing assistants, who all work together to focus on a patient and person and family-centered approach to focusing on preventing health challenges and reducing barriers that limit access to essential services and resources within the community. One thing that we try to do with this program is make sure that it is low barrier access. Therefore, people can, as long as you live in Cumberland County, you do have access to the program itself and also the staff that is working with this program. As Dr. Green mentioned, we do focus on social determinants of health. The big thing within our clinics is once we screen, what are we doing with those referrals? Who are we referring people to whenever we see that there's a need within the household? And so we focus on economic stability, education, food stability and insecurity, as well as community and social context, and then the healthcare system. Just to highlight a couple areas in here, we, with Connected Care, make sure that we are helping individuals with employment. So that may be helping them with preparing for interviews, preparing their resumes, preparing for the start of their employment, which may turn into looking at clothing items to make sure that they are prepared to actually enter the workforce. We also, with education, we have clients who come to us and they need additional certificates, and so we help them with those. We help them enroll into college. We help them with English as a second language, and so we try to help that make sure that they are getting the tools to transition into their next step. With food insecurity, we work closely with our DSS counterparts to make sure that they are able to apply for benefits and see if they're eligible. You all will be surprised at how many people don't know that they are actually eligible for those benefits. With social and community context, we make sure that they are, as we have a transient population, we have a military population, people don't know where resources are, they don't know who to connect with. We try to make sure that that community engagement piece is also included. And then with our healthcare system, not only do we refer back into our public health department to make sure they're connected with those resources there, but we also get individuals connected with primary care providers, specialty clinics, and then also behavioral and mental health services as well. One of the things, because we are in the second year of this program, we wanted to focus on how to enhance the program itself. So we started working on quality improvement measures that will be aimed to increase access to essential services and advancing health equity and literacy within the community. Our staff participated in over 25 outreach events where they were not only there promoting the program, but also providing education. They were offering public speaking events to organizations so that they knew how to make referrals to the program, and then also how to utilize NC Care 360 to make those referrals. Throughout the year, our staff connected with approximately 1,642 community members, and these were partner organizations, community groups, and also families. And then we also have our Hello Health program where our supervisor with Connected Care has also worked to make sure that we're providing knowledge-based information for our staff and then also the community where they can access it on YouTube. With our program outcomes, this is for our second year of implementation. We received 263 referrals from Cumberland County residents. We receive our referrals through the NC Care 360 platform where we are able to receive them, follow up on case management, and then also send out referrals to other partner organizations. For those referrals, the families were assisted with things, not just with financial assistance, but also with their employment-related resources. As I mentioned earlier, we provided health education for youth and senior citizens. Whenever we're thinking about medication management and nutrition management, we were making sure that we're incorporating those things as well. In addition to that, we did assist 116 families with financial assistance as well. And that was typically around housing assistance, if they are moving into a new property or if they had an unforeseen expense that came up and they needed assistance with getting back on track. And then also with their utility assistance as the temperatures spike, and then also the lower temperatures. I did want to note here that you all, if you have questions for the Connected Care program, you're always welcome to reach out to us at Connected Care Program at CumberlandCountyNC.gov. Our program supervisors there can provide any answers to questions that you all may have. And then also if you have referrals for clients and you have not enrolled in NC Care 360, then we can also receive those referrals there. We do prefer to get them through NC Care 360, that way we have that case management tool to track. I did want to highlight a few of our demographics here. I wanted to highlight that typically our program receives referrals from young adults. That population, we had about 189 families that were referred to us in that population, and they were facing those significant challenges driven by the social determinants of health mentioned earlier, such as unemployment, provider shortages, and then limited housing and transportation options. Our team was able to work with them and help them get to the next step. Sometimes that was housing, sometimes that was transportation, and then other times it was enrolling in school and getting the employment needs that they had. Our program demographics show that a lot of our clients did choose to not disclose their race and ethnicity, but out of the ones that did, we had 1% American Indian, 42% Black, 5% Hispanic, and 12% white. The Connected Care program plays a vital role in bridging these gaps by linking residents, health services, social supports, and community resources that promote stability and improve health outcomes. I did want to note here that, for example, we've had a family who we received a referral from Cumberland County Schools, and they noticed that a student was no longer attending school, he had been missing school a lot, and the family was not connected to any resources locally. The mother spoke English as a second language, and then the student was suffering with complications from diabetes. Our caseworkers were able to get them connected with specialty clinics and then also transition to getting grant approval, where we were able to pair our funding in Connected Care as well as grant from the provider office to provide those diabetic supplies so that the kid could stay in school, and then the mother could also go to work, and then she would be able to have a sufficient stable household for her family. So those are the things that we do with Connected Care, where you don't have specific resources available or designated to those things. We step in with Connected Care to make sure that we can bridge that gap. All right.
Thank you to our team and our staff, and I'm happy to field any questions that you all might have.
Commissioners, questions or comments? Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to take this time, Dr. Green, to say really appreciate you and your team, and excellent presentation, and to you two young ladies over there, intelligent and smart. Always good traits to have, but again, well done job, and it's, the services that you provide for our community are definitely well warranted and very much well appreciated. So thank you, ladies. Thank you, Dr. Jones.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
I would just have one question or explanation. You talked about NC Cares 360. Can you explain that too? Because we've got people online and and they don't know what that is and how to enroll if they need that assistance, since that's the best way to get into the program.
Absolutely. So we think about NC Care 360 as an opportunity for our partner agencies to close the referral loop. So I kind of think about it, our traditional way to make a referral is community member, here's a flyer or a business card or a program brochure, and then we sort of send you on your way and we hope that you connect with the other agency on the other end. NC Care 360 closes that loop. So it allows the provider or the community partner with consent from the client to type in that referral, send it to the partner agency, and then follow up on that referral so we can make sure, did that client actually come to their appointment? And if they didn't, what can we do to fill that gap? And so partners can, it's a community-wide, actually it's a statewide program. It came out of Medicaid expansion. And so people can contact the Connected Care program. And we're not the owners of the NC Care 360 platform, but we've done a lot of work to get people enrolled in that and partners enrolled. It also aligns with 211 and NC Serve. So some of our community partners are part of this because they are part of those other entities and agencies as well.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
And I just want to applaud you all. We talked about this, is that we can no longer sit inside the building and wait for people to come to us.
Yep.
We've got to go out and take our services in a different way, and I think that's what Healthy Conversation does, and Connected Care, and it works together. And DSS also just applaud you all for the work you all are doing. It's just tremendous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Vice Chairman, do you have something else?
Yes, I just wanted to state the same thing. Department of Social Services working with you all. They do a great job with Connected Care, as you were stating earlier about partnerships, and I just really appreciate how Brenda Jackson and her team, Department of Social Services over there, especially with Connected Care, and you all work collaboratively together, because it definitely does take a village. So wanted to say thank you to both of you and your teams.
Well, the team does a great work, and we're appreciative of that partnership with DSS. Our buildings are across the parking lot, but for some citizens, that might as well be in a different place. And so the program, the staff really do a great job of making sure that there's a bridge between our initiatives and the initiatives within our other agencies too. So kind of weaving the thread between all of the programs and services and making sure that folks are connected.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Dr. Green, thank you to you and your team. We appreciate the update, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and move to the next item, and just want to remind commissioners we are at the hour mark. I'm going to try to move through the next items, and then we'll take our normal break, but just want to be mindful of our time tonight, as we have a long agenda with a lot of items on the agenda session, on the consideration of agenda items. We'll go ahead and move to item C, Grays Creek Phase 1 and Grays Creek and Alderman Road Elementary School stopgap measure update.
Yes, Amanda Lee, General Manager of Natural Resources, will present this item, and answering questions you may have. She's going to give an update on the status of the stopgap measures for Grays Creek and Alderman Elementary School as the board directed early last fiscal year. Amanda.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So this is a quick update on our stopgap measures. You may recall our stopgap measures included point of use to point of entry and the potential for deep wells. So I'm going to start talking about a point of use system at the elementary schools. This is one pager that we prepared to talk about some of the pilot testing we did for filtration. These will be installed at bottle fillers at both schools. There were 4 bottle filling stations at the beginning of school, 2 at each school. County staff finished demolishing water fountains at both schools yesterday, and they will be our vendor will be installing the new bottle fillers the beginning of next week. With those bottle fillers, we will follow up with installing the Hydro-V filters at drinking water station and the Pent Air filters for the food prep areas. As far as Grays Creek well is going, we are working on the permitting for that well. We are hoping to have that well in service by spring break or summer break 2026. For the Alderman well, the county has performed testing, and this testing showed that the PFAS limits meet the proposed secondary drinking water standards. So we are not proposing to move forward with a well at Alderman. We'll continue to use the point of use systems at both schools until they measure non-detect levels. Updates on, that's the second page of this that shows the performance of the filters there. There was also a question about the status of Grace Creek Phase 1. That is advertised for bids. Grace Creek Phase 1, the county's project, is divided into 3 projects. Project 1 is out for bid. Project 2 is being prepared to be sent out for permitting. We will accept bids for Project 1 December 2nd. We are on a timeline to issue a notice to proceed by March 2nd. That is a deadline issued by our funding agency. And with that, are there any other questions?
Commissioners, questions on Phase 1 or Grace Creek and Alderman Elementary School measures? Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lee, the reconciliation between the filtering, grant funding, can you talk about where we kind of are with that? Are we going to put some filtration in after the lines are run from PWC, or where are we at with that process?
Okay, so it is our intent to, we cannot fill our lines were funded with bipartisan infrastructure law funding. That source of funding states that we cannot have PFAS contamination in our water. So we are working on solutions for those lines, including filtered water for Phase 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you go back and what is the approximation timeline, since you said you can put in filters, since the PFAS, you're not able to, like you said, to move forward with the wells? What's the time frame that we can start with these filters and things like that?
For the schools?
For the school, okay.
Okay, for the schools, we're going to have filters in hopefully in the next couple of weeks, and we'll be distributing this information for parents.
Well, thank you for clearing that up. Okay.
And then for what he's talking about with Phase 1 construction, is I believe what you were talking about, we are going to look at solutions so that we don't run dry lines.
I got you.
Because we cannot use PWC's water for testing, and we cannot use them for selling to the public because of our funding source. So we're looking at solutions to speed up. Now, when PWC puts their permanent filters in, or their large filters at their plants, because we're putting in small filters at the school, they're putting in large filters at their plants. At that time, we're expecting non-detect levels for PFAS and PFOA. But right now, they exceed the limits that we can put into our lines.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this could temporarily turn around. So you're just going, hopefully things will.
So lines will start, we should see our, once we issue the notice to proceed in March, I believe there's a 270-day completion date till substantial completion. And then we will have lines in the ground, we will have lines tested, but we will not be able to sell water until we have filtered water.
And that was going to be my next question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so as a follow-up to that, it sounds like what you're saying is, because remind me if I'm correct or not, the overlap between project completion and when PWC would have their filtration is about 18 months. Is that about right?
I'm not prepared to comment on their completion date with their filters,
I
so.
think it was 2028, Mr. Chairman, if I'm not mistaken. So it sounds like what our solution is going to be is to go ahead and furnish a filter to put in place so we can use that water, kind of like what you discussed, and then we can look to take that system offline as we get the clean water.
Correct. We will have a stopgap measure for filtration. We are pursuing that now.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, and understand, that's a moving target, and I know we're continuing to coordinate with PwC to make sure we're kind of in line as they're bringing their systems online and we're bringing our systems online, and appreciate the update on that. I know it's our intent to get clean, regulated, filtered drinking water to residents in that area as quickly as possible. So appreciate the effort and the focus on this. No action for this, County Manager, just information only? Thank you so much, Ms. Lee. And we'll go ahead and move to item D, RFP 2614 ADM, Temporary Emergency Shelter Service Provider and Facility.
Yes, recently we issued RFP for temporary emergency shelter for the unhoused. Assistant County Manager Heather Kings will be gracious enough to present this item from the wilderness and answer the questions you may have. Heather, I turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you so much. So the Temporary Emergency Shelter Services and Facility RFI was released on July 1st, 2025, which is a request for information. We had 12 responses to that RFI. Due to the fact that we can't contract from an RFI, we released...
Assistant County Manager Skeens, real quick. So we're looking at unhoused, not temporary shelter.
This is the temporary emergency shelter provider and facility, not the unhoused.
No, it's showing unhoused support center. Hold on. We got to switch presentations on our end, I think.
Oh, okay.
It was showing the wrong presentation.
Yeah, we got to switch.
Okay.
It was starting to show bar and bar schedule. I don't think you want to talk that yet.
No, and I don't have a PowerPoint presentation for this.
Okay, that's why. All right. We were looking at a PowerPoint presentation, so go ahead forward.
Okay, so due to the fact that we can't contract from that RFI, we released an RFP, which is a request for proposals, on September 29th, 2025. That due date was October 28th, 2025. We received 4 responses from the RFP. We received direction to notify all 12 vendors that submitted to the RFI to let them know that the RFP had been released. I completed that action on September 29th via email and sent them the link to the RFP, and had several communications with several of the 12 providers in relation to the RFP. So the 4 vendors that we received were Family Endeavors, with a yearly cost of just shy of $2.7 million. Family Endeavors does not have a facility, and therefore the county would have to purchase, lease, and potentially remodel an existing facility. They had a very strong proposal, however, it could potentially take 6 to 12 months to be operational. We received a proposal from PHP Foundation, and that's the name of their organization, with a yearly cost of about $720,000. PHP does not have, I apologize, I think the fire alarm just went off in my wilderness. PHP does not have a facility, so we have the same concerns there. The third applicant or proposal was Responsive Deployment, with a yearly cost of about $8.7 million, and that is a 2-year obligation, so it's really more like $17 million. Their modular homes and trailers will be fully operational in 60 days from contract completion. The county would be required to purchase or lease land, and the price includes site preparation, modular homes, and trailers. There'd be 6 private sleepers, 2 family-style dorms, a kitchen, and a medical facility, food, security, maintenance, and personnel support for approximately 10 staff. And then the fourth proposal we received was Salvation Army with a yearly cost of about $932,000. Salvation Army has a facility, however, the last environmental health inspection completed on September 5th, 2025, did not show any significant changes to the original inspection completed on June 16th, 2025. In the Unhoused Support Committee on this past Monday, I was directed to do a follow-up with Salvation Army regarding the condition of their facility and their past debt payoff. I have been in conversation with Salvation Army, and we have scheduled a third environmental health inspection for next week. They have also indicated that they have paid off all of their past debt. So on October 15th, 2025, the Unhoused Support Committee directed that this matter be brought back to November 13th, 2025 agenda session with the results. Based off the results, our scoring panel met and are not recommending a contract at this point due to the fact that we don't have a viable provider and facility to be operational quickly, and responsive deployment's cost is prohibited. So I'd like the opportunity to go back out and re-engage Salvation Army, and then potentially we could bring back maybe an additional recommendation. But at this point, we don't have a recommendation for contracting. And I'll certainly answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioners. Questions? Vice Chairwoman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assistant Manager Heather, we thank you for providing the latest information as well as providing information at our Unhoused Center Committee. I do have a question, and I appreciate you doing a follow-up with Salvation Army, and I'm glad to hear that there's some actions to go back and take the opportunity to look at the site again. Number one, after that, sounds like they're going to put something in place I just want to make sure, for our environmental, the county to do an inspection as we did before, not private, but for the county to provide that, correct?
Yes, our environmental health department through our health department will complete that. I'll meet with the lead inspector director next week, and we will complete that together.
Okay, and the second follow-up in regards to, they stated that the financial commitments have been taken care of. Have you seen documentation, or are you all just going to allow them an opportunity, and has a time period been put in place? Do you anticipate before, I hope this month, I don't know, put things out there, but hopefully, can you put a time limit or a request that they can get you documentation verification of that, but then at least hopefully by the end of the month?
I have requested their most recent financial audit and their most recent financial documents, and they are supposed to provide those to me next week. And at that point, when we go out there, I will ask for verification of past debt payoff.
Well, thank you so much. It looks like we're tracking on the same path, and hopefully things will work out well. As we know, Salvation Army has been around for a long time. Things happen, and always great for second opportunities to see what can come about. Thank you so much.
Commissioners, any other questions on this item? Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Just one quick comment, Mr. Chairman. Glad to see that we're getting some progress here. I know this past week we entered into some pretty cold temperatures, and as we, don't have a current solution for our families and our single mothers, I just want to make sure we're moving as fast as we can. And I know Assistant Manager Skeens is working hard, but I just think it's really important that we come up with a solution for that as we get into these cold winter months, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Tyson. And just to remind folks, we do have White Flag as well as warming centers that are available, and we did activate this week. County Manager Greer, do you have a comment before I make a comment?
Yes, this is the second, fall event that we've had temperatures below freezing. one of the things we'll look and evaluate and make the recommendation that we move White Flag back 1 month at the start of November. This is the second November, I think, I know of, and then 1 November prior to we had snow. So I think we need to move the date back so we're not running, trying to, salvage, open up shelters and everything. So White Flag really needs to start from November 1st to the end period of probably March 31st.
County Manager Greer, you don't need action from the board to move that. That's
No,
under your
I
purview.
was just highlighting that because, again, this is the second year in a row that we've been kind of caught behind the 8 ball.
We'll just let you handle that and do what is in the best interest of the community. Board, based on the timeliness of this and what we're seeing, if it's okay with you and County Manager Greer, if this meets, if this is acceptable, Assistant County Manager Greer, or Skeens, once you get the information next week, if you could just update the board by email so we'll have an idea of the health inspection as well as the other items, just so we have an update so that if we choose to take action, we're not waiting a month to get that information. County Manager Greer, does that work for you? Okay. Board, you okay with that? All right. All right, any other questions or comments on this? No action needed. Outside, we'll look for the update next week once you've had the inspection and the review of financials. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead at this time and we're going to take a break. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and so we'll be at recess for 10 minutes. Allow everybody to just be consistent. We're at recess. And just a reminder, the mics are still hot.
Because again, I think when I saw it,
Put that presentation up.
We have Sean Schreiber, Kelly Goodfellow, Sarah Wilson, and I believe a representative from HMA, Lisa Broad, I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly. So Alliance Health is going to present a proposal to look at and investigate co-response models for our potentially consolidated 911 center and/or just our 911 center. The funding for this proposal would come from our Alliance Health Cumberland County fund balance, so no additional county dollars are needed. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Robinson and/or Sean to present.
Thank you, Heather, and good evening, Commissioners. It's good to be with you. Again, my name is Rob Robinson. I'm the CEO of Alliance Health. As a friendly reminder, Alliance Health is the LME MCO operating a tailored plan serving the citizens of Cumberland County and 6 other counties in the Triangle region and Mecklenburg County. The population we are responsible for includes individuals with Medicaid or who are uninsured, with severe mental health, severe substance use, people with intellectual and developmental disability, and those with a traumatic brain injury. We are a staff of around 1,500, and we contract with over 4,000 providers to deliver needed integrated care. We also, if you weren't aware, we do have an office here in Cumberland, I think, which houses around 70 staff. As Heather mentioned, with me, Sean Schreiber, Chief Operating Officer, Kelly Goodfellow, CFO, Sarah Wilson, Chief of Staff, and Lisa Brody from Health Management Associates. We are here today to share a proposal on best practices on delivering community-based mobile crisis response. At the request of the chair and vice chair at a previous meeting, this proposal was put together in partnership with Health Management Associates, or HMA, which is a national consulting group that we've partnered with on multiple projects. They have really been a tremendous partner, and we've been extremely impressed with their knowledge and expertise in advising and helping to build crisis services. At the end of the presentation, if there's interest to move forward by the commissioners, we would request approval to use the Alliance Health Cumberland Restricted Fund Balance to finance this project. But before we get to that, let me turn it over to Sean, who's going to walk through the proposal. Thank you, Sean.
Great, thanks, Rob. Hey, Heather, do you have the slides up, or do you just need me to project?
We can't hear you, sir. You want to try again?
Yeah, hold on one second.
I think maybe on volume on our end, because Rob was really loud, so we turned it down.
And Sean, I did not receive any slides from you. I just have the page-and-a-half proposal.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Right. So let me, Heather, it wasn't a PDF?
Yes, we've got a PDF in our packet that the Assistant County Manager provided us.
Right. I'll just kind of run through this quickly then for you. I know it's been a long day. I was on some of your 911 call. I know you've had a long conversation. So as Rob mentioned, we've worked with Health Management Associates, or HMA, to do numerous things for Alliance. They're a national consulting firm that has extensive experience in behavioral health, mental health, healthcare systems, social services. They actually did a pretty thorough evaluation of our overall crisis system. So they're familiar with North Carolina crisis landscape and certainly programs in Alliance. We are proposing to engage HMA to do basically a research project to look at the best practices for community behavioral health crisis response and look at the models that were of interest to the board, the chair and the vice chair. In particular, spend some time looking at the components of the LA model, Houston and Johnson County, Kansas model. They'll look at some models that include kind of integration into call centers, including one model that has a 988 integration. They'll look at crisis response that includes school-based components, homeless outreach components, both co-responder with law enforcement and non-co-responder models. The goal will be to identify models that they think would fit well within the Cumberland landscape and which would be sustainable. They'll share a summary of these models and kind of what are the strengths as well as some of the limitations and drawbacks. They'll come back within, it looks like just slightly over a month's time, with a full PowerPoint that at least highlights 3 different models and do kind of an assessment of if you want to implement any of these models today, what pieces are in place and what would need to be added for them to be successful with the community. They've also proposed that if there's a model that looks like it's promising to the community and it doesn't exist within the community today, they would help with any of the kind of ongoing planning and could be available if needed to set up things such as budgeting, project plans, and putting together community partnerships. The timetable is between, let's do the initial assessment, which is the research, and particularly focusing on 3 of the options that were presented to Alliance to share with the consultant about a month ago, and provide the recommendations. They'll look to get that work completed between December 25th and January 26th. The cost of those phases of the research and preparing the presentation would be roughly $27,000. And then they would summarize all this and come and make a presentation in person or remotely to this work group. Getting that presentation, their time and effort to pull that together would be about $13,000, which derives at a $1,000 presentation. But at the end of their project, you should have an extensive paper that talks about different models, comparison and contract, kind of view. We'll look at what you have in the community and what would be a best fit, and then ultimately a summarized PowerPoint for the commissioners to review. So that is what we're proposing to contract with HMA about. We have Dr. Lisa Brody here from HMA who can answer more specific questions in their proposal, and certainly the Alliance team can answer questions as well.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you so much, and this is basically a comment, and I want to thank you, Rob, you and your team, as I am the one that stated that I wanted this research to be done with the support of the chairman. And actually, you did have all the states correct comparants, but we need to add one because it was actually 4, not 3. So you did state Los Angeles, that's correct, Houston, and also Johnston County, Kansas. But we also need to add Orion to that. And that way, when you bring back the 2 best availabilities of when you dig in deep, your consulting company, if this is approved, and also be mindful when looking at this information, since we are a military town, which is why I kind of like the model, but I'm not going to be biased, that's in Los Angeles. The specialty areas, if I would say, be sure to look into things that have perhaps specialty areas for veterans, also that with homeless and that of addictions. But again, thank you so much for the promptness, Rob, you and your team, and being able to meet my request with the support of the chairman. And I look forward to seeing what your consultants can do with this information. But please add the 4th additional, as I hadn't listed 4, not 3, but thank you.
Commissioners, other questions? County Manager, anything? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Tyson.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 things. One, I take it that we would look to implement this independent of the discussions we had earlier today, would be the goal. And then 2, taking into account where we set for planned budget for our new diversion facility that we're looking at, in terms of the model, will they be planning how we'll deal and integrate that facility in whatever response they have?
So you want to talk to it?
No, you got it.
I was just going to say, I think, so this is those first kind of steps. This gets us the calls and it gets us the initial connection. Then it would then eventually connect to the facility. So it's that logical connection point. Anybody want to add anything to that? I don't want to speak out of turn, but that would be the logical connection point. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say that's an excellent question, Commissioner Tyson, in the research that you're doing, a lot of times it's in collaboration, whether it's the MCT team or there's different names based on the services they provide, or the CIT team. So with that of the input of Commissioner Tyson, when doing this research, let's, if you could please, and I'm glad that you mentioned that, see how perhaps the collaboration of some of these teams, how they effectively work with 911. Some of that probably will automatically be in the database, but if you can make that a part of the study, where we can see how maybe that's an engagement of where teams can go out and how it can integrate with 911, or give us like the stats comparison of who maybe has a very advanced team in that. And thank you for your input, Commissioner Tyson. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? A couple of the comments just for situational awareness as far as timing. Two things. One, we did have a conversation with the city of Fayetteville today around joint operations of 911. We're hopeful to go back and continue those conversations in December and January. This would be a timely document to have, so just be aware of those, and I know our staff will keep you in the loop on the exact timing of those. And just, I'm not sure of the process, but I think it would be important that as you get through number one in the deliverables, that there's some kind of check-in or review before we actually move, or maybe even an in-progress review to make sure that we're all on the same sheet of music before we get to the final deliverable at the end of deliverable one, would be my recommendations as we move forward and firm this up, County Manager.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you all will, out of the four that you look at, we are still, I want to make sure we're on the same page of, out of your information, you'll bring back the best two that might be feasible to our target environment and whatnot, correct?
Yes, Commissioner Jones, would you tell us the fourth one again? Was it Oregon? Is
Yes,
that what you said?
It was Oregon, that's correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you. So you want to look at four, and you want our recommendation for the best two that we think would best work in Cumberland. Is that correct?
Absolutely, where we could tailor or have something that would work consensus for the best two for Cumberland County. Absolutely right.
You got it.
Thank you.
You got it.
Commissioners, is there, I'm sorry to interrupt. Commissioner, thank you for having me here. Is there a particular county within Oregon or particular system, or you wanted to look at the whole state?
So could we'll get the details of that and make sure the manager has it. I also think it's important, you are the subject matter experts, so y'all are looking at best models out there. We'll frame it up. I think the first step in this is we need to see if we're either going to authorize the program, the contract to start with before we can work out the details of the scope with the manager, if that's okay. I don't mean to cut anybody off. I'm just trying to be
much appreciated.
Respectful
Thank
of
you.
time. We'll make sure you have all the information. We appreciate y'all bringing this back. Any other questions on the proposal for this project? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion from Vice Chairman Jones.
Yes, I move that we approve to have a HMA proposal and funding of the $50,000 to come from the Alliance Health Cumberland County fund balance, and to place the item on the November 17th, 2025 Board of Commissioners regular meeting as a consent agenda item.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve the HMA proposal and funding up to $50,000 to come from the fund balance of the Alliance Health Cumberland County fund balance. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And County Manager, just ask that we scope that and make sure we capture everything in it. To the Alliance team, thank you for your knowledge, your flexibility, and your experience on this. We look forward to the report and the project. We'll go ahead and move to item B, utilize Alliance Health Cumberland County fund balance to purchase furniture and vehicle from Alliance Health for Sally Hill Group Home. County Manager Greer.
Yes, when we decided to terminate the lease with Alliance on the Sally Hill facility, there was an opportunity to buy the existing furniture and a van equipment, and we will have to bring this forward for approval. We need approval from the board to actually purchase these items. Brenda Jackson, DSS Director, and Heather Skeens, Assistant County Manager, have worked on this, and they will present this item. Heather will present this item and answer any questions you have. And Brenda, did you want to add anything? No. Okay.
I'm here to support Heather.
Okay. Heather, it's all yours from the wilderness.
Okay. So as the manager indicated, and I appreciate Ms. Jackson being present, the Board of Commissioners approved the termination of the lease with Alliance Health for the use of Sally Hill Group Home on October 20th, 2025. And that lease termination date is effective 11/30/2025. Alliance Health utilized Medicaid dollars, which is an allowable expense, to purchase furniture and a vehicle to upfit the facility when the lease was executed. Based off the termination, Alliance is no longer in need of the furniture and the vehicle and has offered it to the county to purchase at the depreciated value in order to pay back those Medicaid dollars. The depreciated value for the furniture after Ms. Jackson and her team met with Alliance is $10,000, which is different than what is in your agenda cover. The agenda cover says $22,977. We have looked at that furniture and have agreed on an amount of $10,000. For the vehicle, the depreciated amount is $25,000. However, county facilities and Ms. Jackson's team have not had an opportunity to evaluate the vehicle to determine if that is something that we want to purchase. Given that fact, we would like the opportunity to utilize up to $36,000 in the Cumberland County Alliance Health Fund balance to purchase the furniture and the vehicle if the vehicle passes the county facilities inspection, which should have happened either later this week or next week. And so Ms. Jackson is available to answer any questions, and so am I, but we'd like to place this on the consent agenda for November 17th as an item of consent for utilizing up to $36,000 in the fund balance to purchase the furniture and potentially the vehicle. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Do we know the make, model, age, and mileage of the vehicle?
Ms. Jackson may have a better idea, but I think it was about 100,000 miles on the vehicle.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I don't know the make, but it is a 2021 and it has a little over 100,000 miles. It's a 12-passenger van.
Commissioner Tyson, anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Jones, did you have something? Commissioner Patel, you recognized.
Thank you. I just have one question. This might be for the county manager. And if you don't have it, you can share it later. I know that previously we encumbered some funds with the Alliance fund balance, I believe prior to this year. Just for information, what's the remaining fund balance if we approve this?
It's approximately $8.6 million.
With the encumbrance?
Okay. Well, I say probably a little bit less, probably around with the encumbrance, probably about 8.5.
Thank you.
Including the encumbered amount?
Yes. I'm sorry if I misspoke.
So what's the unencumbered amount?
The unencumbered is 8.5. The encumbered amount would be 8.6. The total amount would be 8.6. Okay. But I'll go back and make sure I verify that.
Okay.
That's one of those numbers that just sticks in my head.
Vice Chairman Jones.
And if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, my mind went blank earlier. I was trying to think. It's Eugene, Oregon. It's been a long day. She asked what part. Eugene, Oregon. Thank you.
Any other questions on this item? And so the ask is up to 37,000. Is that what the ask is?
Yes.
Yes.
36.
36?
It's not 47.
Yes.
36,000, up to 36,000. Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Vice Chairwoman Jones.
Yes, I move that we approve utilizing the Cumberland County fund balance with Alliance Health to purchase the furniture and van at a total cost up to $36,000, and to place this on the item of consent on the November 17th, 2025 Board of Commissioners regular meeting consent agenda with no additional county funds needed.
I'll second the motion.
We've got a motion to approve the utilization of the Alliance Cumberland County fund balance up to $36,000 for purchase of furniture and van. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or questions on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We will go ahead and move to we've pulled item C, so the new item C is disposition of Old Crown basketball court. I'll call on County Manager Greer.
Yes, I'll turn this over to Rick Moorfield, County Attorney, to discuss, present, and answer any questions you may have. Rick.
Commissioners, this is a very straightforward matter. The reason I brought it to the board is because the board has a policy in place that surplus personal property under $30,000 can be handled by management, but is to be listed for sale on gov deals. I've included a picture in this with this of what this is. It was the old mobile or removable basketball court that was used at the Crown years ago. They said Seth says it has not been used in more than 10 years. It was resurfaced several times, and he doesn't think it has, or the folks who deal with it don't think it has really any value because it can't be resurfaced again. We had a request from Mr. Embry that's listed there, who is associated with the, I don't have my memo up, but it's associated with the church, a local church, and he has asked on behalf of that church if Frank Embry, he's asked on behalf of New Calvin Missionary Baptist Church located in Gateway Drive in Fayetteville, if the board would donate that to the church, and they would use it in a program for youth and make it available to anyone in the community, not just church members. This is, and I talked to Seth at length about this, and he said they've been trying to download, get rid of it for years, and they would very much like it to be removed. And what if the board approves waiving its policy and allowing this church to donate this to this church, which is a nonprofit corporation? I will do an appropriate contract that we do with nonprofits for providing services. And the service in this instance would be the provision of this recreational service or use for the community at large. And I'll have to get more details about where it's going to be located in the building and that sort of stuff like that. I just want to see if the board has any interest in waiving its policy to do this before we went to the contract stage.
Commissioners, Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seem to remember, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but we had a professional basketball team that had come to the board earlier this year and was out at the Crown. I just want to make sure if we give away this floor, will they still have a floor that they can play on?
I don't know if they'll have a floor, but Seth Bidnall says that this is not useful for them anymore.
Commissioner Patel, any input?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Tyson, you remember when we went to go visit the arena, that floor that was in the bottom that was stored away, that's the floor that they're discussing. So we can't use it anymore at the ground.
So they have a floor for the team that's playing out there, a different floor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think the big issue is this can't be resurfaced, and so the markings and stuff that are on it now for the old team have to stay.
Gotcha.
Any other questions? Commissioners? I'll entertain a motion if the board wants to move forward with this. Commissioner Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we waive the application of our policy regarding offering this surplus property on Gov Deals and donate it to the church in question, that we direct the county attorney to prepare an appropriate contract requiring the church to make use of the court available to the surrounding community and not just for the church members, and that it's to be done through a contract consistent with all the county's contracts for services with nonprofits, and that we place this item on the November 17, 2025 regular meeting agenda as a consent agenda item.
Second motion.
We've got a motion that's been properly seconded to move forward with the disposition of the old Crown basketball court. Any discussion or questions on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move forward to item E, Capital Improvement Plan CIP Dashboard. County Manager Greer.
Yes, I'll turn this over to Deborah Shaw, Assistant County Manager, Chief Budget and Performance Officer, to present along with her staff regarding the public-facing capital improvement format program dashboard. Deborah.
Good evening, Commissioners. One of the initiatives that the County Manager tasked the Budget and Performance Department with after the adoption of the budget was to create a CIP dashboard through Power BI that could be public-facing. At this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Ashley Brewington of our staff to make this presentation.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening,
The CIP dashboard offers a transparent, data-driven view of Cumberland County's planned capital investments for FY26 to FY30, supporting strategic decision-making and promoting fiscal accountability. With the assistance of our ITS department, we successfully integrated live data from our Munis financial system and confirmed that there were no security concerns with making the dashboard publicly accessible. The goal is to align capital investments with the county's strategic objectives on a visual dashboard, ensuring sustainable growth, maintain infrastructure, and efficient service delivery. There are 4 pages to the dashboard. Page 1 is the cover page. It is consistent with the cover of our CIP document. Page 2 is the FY26 adopted capital improvement plan projects, as well as the future planning projects, FY27 through FY30 plus. On page 3 of the dashboard is where you can drill down a little further into each project. You can click down on the top drop down and choose which project that you want more information on. So if we chose animal services as an example, it'll give you the project title, the problem of the project, the recommended solution, and then any information below. It also gives you the location of the project and a photo of the project itself. If you wanted further information, you can drill down into each category. Page 4 of the dashboard is my favorite one. This is more of your data analytics. It gives you the project health, the status, and the phase of each project. It gives you the original budget, revised budget, and the available budget. If you pull this up a little further, it'll give you more information, and it is live data, so it's as of 6 o'clock that morning, so it refreshes every day. And we are requesting approval to publish this dashboard on the landing page of the Budget and Performance website.
Commissioners, questions? Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, how long can you go back? Like, say if someone wanted to come in here and look up at a project, does it just allocate it up to like 5 years or 6, or can you just like type in other words? I was looking at the project 11/13/25, 6 months prior. Will that still be in there? Like, how long does this information? Is it going to be
So it's the current adopted projects. So it's what's adopted for that current fiscal year and then the future planning projects.
Okay, so it's not like you can go back. Okay.
Unless the funding has been encumbered. So like if we
Okay.
reappropriated that funding and the project is still ongoing, this provides that data.
Okay, and then you could, that's what I was wondering, how much of the data in regards to, is it going to be sustained? So just current, and like you said, unless it continues on concurrent.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, Manager Gray, do you look at this every morning at 6:15?
No,
You don't have to answer that.
but I would like to just say that they've done a great job with this. We're going to link this into the other capital report that we have and make sure that we can provide information to the public on what we budgeted and the actual results of what we budgeted and the status of those projects.
Any other questions? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized. Thank you.
Yeah, one question, and thank you, and this is a very helpful tool, and really excited about us getting this kind of off the ground. One question I do have, so I see it has it by phase. Is there a way we could see like an anticipated completion date? And have any date-driven metrics as well? Because I see it's got like the different phases, and then you've got like showing that it's on track. But I didn't see where there was actually like a date.
That's going to be linked to the other capital report that we have.
Okay.
So this will be the budget and kind of like the actual expenses, but the actual project status, there'll be a link from this one to the other one, where they both provide the synergy. Because although they're kind of similar, you want the finance again different than you want the actual project status.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Fairclough.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the board approve the CIP dashboard and authorize staff to collaborate with the Innovation and Technology Services Department to publish it in the Budget and Performance Department's landing page, and that we move this item to the consent agenda for November the 17th, 2025.
Second the motion.
We've got a motion on the floor to approve the CIP dashboard and move it towards the regular meeting consent agenda. Sorry?
Mr. Chairman, we have a request of staff that we amend it to make it live today, if possible.
I was trying to get a vote today to go ahead and get it published tomorrow for transparency, but it's a pleasure of the board.
Commissioner Fairclough?
I disagree. No. Wish I'd known it earlier. Okay.
So approve
I
this.
left out at this meeting.
There you go.
I thought that was superfluous, but it's not. So I'll restate the motion as written, sort of. I move that the board approve the CIP dashboard and approve the staff to collaborate with the Innovation and Technology Services Department to publish it on the Budget and Performance Department's landing page.
I'll second it. Effective today.
Effective today.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we got a motion on the floor to approve the CIP dashboard at this meeting and to authorize staff to go ahead and move it live today, or once the coordination is completed. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion or questions? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you for your work on this. It's good stuff, and I like that it ties back to the overall project status as well. We'll go ahead and move to item F, extension of time for Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Park.
Yes, I'll turn this over to Assistant County Manager Faith Phillips to present and answer any questions you may have. Recent meetings with MLK committee, they requested an extension. The last extension that we gave them was about a year ago. But we would make, and I'll turn over to Faith and then I'll make a comment afterwards.
Thank you, County Manager. Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
So on November 15th, 2021, the Board approved Capital Project Budget Ordinance Number B220101 for construction to be undertaken by the Fayetteville Cumberland County Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Committee. The City of Fayetteville also appropriated funds for this project, and the park is owned by the city. The city determined that it would assume responsibility for construction of the project, but not its design. On October 17th, 2022, the Board of Commissioners approved an interlocal agreement with the City of Fayetteville that established the process by which the city will undertake construction, and the county will pay for the city's the county will pay the city for the county's proportionate share of the construction costs. The interlocal agreement is premised on the committee obtaining the design of the project with the funding that has been appropriated by the committee by the state of North Carolina, and with the city and the committee complying with the requirements of the funding agreement between the state and the committee. Due to unexpected delays in the design of the project, the committee requested and was granted a 12-month extension of time to November 12th, 2024. It is our understanding that while design work is underway, the project has not been completed, thus prompting the request for an extension of additional 12 months for the project through November of 2026.
Before we go to questions, County Manager Greer.
Yes, and there were, along with the interlocal agreement and the design, there's also the contingent, we requested to be contingent upon them filing their tax returns by the due date. It would be Monday. They would need to file a tax return and make sure that they are in compliance with filing their tax return.
Anything else before we move to questions? Commissioners, questions or comments? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One question. As we look to extend this, we all know that when you extend projects, construction projects in particular, there's typically a financial impact to that project. Would we anticipate that there would be a change in the ask of the expenditure amount coming forward, given that the time's increasing, or no?
Not from them to us. Our funding is $2.5 million. We don't, based on previous conversations, there's no anticipation that we will exceed that funding.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions or comments? And just for clarity, County Manager, this extension, these dollars go to the committee or to the city?
They go to the city.
Any other questions or comments? All right, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve the 12-month extension for the Martin Luther King Project Memorial Park through November 2026, and place the item on the November 17th, 2025 regular meeting agenda as a consent agenda item. Additionally, that all requested documents, to include that of filing for the taxes of on November 15 by the city to the MLK, are received and provided to the county as a requirement to extension, and additionally a requirement the city participation as an outline in the original agreement.
Second.
We've got a motion to extend the time for the Martin Luther King Memorial Park funding with additional requirements, been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
Thank you. And we'll go ahead and move forward to the next item, Parks and Recreation Operational Agreement. County Manager Greer.
Yes, we would want to provide you an update as where we stand with the Parks and Recreation Agreement with the City of Fayetteville. A couple of points. We just want to provide an update. We're working through the agreement. I see in the audience Adam Lindsay, Assistant City Manager, and Michael Gibson, Director of the Fayetteville Cumberland Parks and Recreation. And also today we received some email from Commissioner Patel regarding some questions I want to acknowledge that we did see it, but we were in a late afternoon meeting. We didn't get a chance to respond, but we will be addressing those things. And I'll turn it over to Assistant County Manager Faith Phillips to present and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, County Manager Greer. Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening to our colleagues from the city and from Parks and Recreation. So this evening, I'm here to provide an update to the Fayetteville-Cumberland Parks and Recreation Operating Agreement and to seek guidance and direction from the board on the agreement draft as proposed by the City of Fayetteville. Your feedback will assist us as we work through highlighted aspects of the agreement with the city with the goal of bringing an agreement forward in December that addresses your feedback and questions. Before highlighting some of the proposed updates to the agreement, I wanted to provide a very brief history into the work that has gone into the Parks and Recreation Agreement. This timeline contains selected dates and items and is not fully encompassing of all of the communications and collaboration on this agreement. A few highlighted items for historical context. In January of 2004, the city and county entered into an interlocal agreement to consolidate parks and recreation departments. The interlocal agreement was followed in May 2004 by an operations agreement between the two entities. Discussions regarding updating the operations agreement began in 2023 and 2024 due to the agreement not being updated in almost 20 years of operation of the consolidated department. In 2023, during the budget process, the city indicated interest and need to increase the indirect cost. A presentation that was provided to the board by Parks and Recreation on January 9th of 2025 outlines more of the discussions and work between the city and the county in 2023 and 2024. I can provide this presentation and dates if needed. Moving to spring of 2025, members of our board and staff held meetings with district representatives to get their feedback regarding parks and recreation items in their areas. These meetings consisted of stakeholders such as elected officials, staff, and community leaders. In April 2025, a draft agreement was sent to the City of Fayetteville from our county attorney. Subsequent conversations occurred. This agreement, the agreement that is in your packet, it is from the city. It is that agreement that was sent by the county attorney. That is the redlined agreement. On September 2nd, 2025, the city responded to the April 2025 agreement with the agreement proposal and information that is in your packet for this meeting. On October 22nd of 2025, city and county management staff met to discuss the agreement. This background is in no way comprehensive of the many conversations regarding the agreement, but does provide some context and timeline to the discussions over the agreement that is specifically in your packet. Your packet includes the following documents from the city: a red line operations agreement based on the agreement sent by the county attorney, a color-coded operations agreement, clean line operations agreement with the proposed changes from the city, a color-coded explanation of the updates from the city, a facilities list, and historical information about the establishment of the district. Now, I'd like to take a moment to highlight some of the updates proposed by the city in this version of the agreement. First, to bring your attention is a manager's implementation agreement. This agreement is yet to be established and determined, but it is it's yet to be determined and outlined, but it's established in Clause 1F of the proposed operations agreement and provides for the city and county managers to determine implementation details not covered in this operations agreement. The manager's implementation agreement is referenced in sections 1F, 1G, 7B, 7D, 7F, and per the proposal is intended to be a document for the managers to agree on items such as capital improvements, a process for determining shared facilities, and a method of determining shared operating costs for those facilities, which I'll speak about next. Second is the establishment of shared assets in Clause 7D. I will speak to this more in subsequent slides. Third is a proposal of a capital project fee in Section 7E. Next to bring your attention for consideration is Clause 14, which provides for the city to assess and recover annual payment of $350,000 for the city's indirect admin costs for operations of the district. This cost would be reviewed and adjusted each year. The final item I would like to note is item 15B, which establishes city, district, and hybrid employees. The ratio of funds from city and district for hybrid employees would be an item to be considered in the proposed manager's implementation agreement. Finally, I'd like to share more information about the shared assets as proposed in Clause 7D. And I appreciate the city and the Parks and Recreation team providing me with more information. Per the city, these facilities are within the municipality of Fayetteville that have been constructed by the city and are owned by the city. The operations costs, including maintenance and utilities, is split equally between the city and the county. I have listed and mapped these facilities as provided by Parks and Recreation on this slide. Operating costs for these facilities in fiscal year 26 are estimated at approximately $835,403. They were listed as a cost redistribution on the June 10th, 2025 presentation made by Parks and Rec to the Board of Commissioners during budget work sessions. The city fully funds those budgets up front, and then is a cost redistribution at the end of the year, so county pays only for half of the actual expenditures for operating. Please note that the operating budget for these is shared, not the ownership of assets. These assets were constructed solely with city dollars. While the cost redistribution was presented at the June 10th, 2025 budget sessions as a part of the informational session, no action was taken by the board associated. Researching further into the shared assets, a shared cost of $850,000 for operations and $1.2 million in staffing was also included in the slide deck for the January 9th, 2025 indirect cost presentation. There was no action taken by the board at that presentation. At this time, I will take any questions you may have.
Sure.
I will do my best, and if not, I will pass it to others. And by others, I mean Manager Greer.
County Manager Greer, anything to add before we move to questions?
No, I think these are things that would certainly, some of these things are not big sticking points. I think we can work through them with City of Fayetteville and get this back in front of the board, along with approving the budget, getting a formal approval of the budget in December at the agenda session.
Commissioners, I'll open it up for questions. Vice Chairwoman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have one question as I seen some information about the MOU in here. We had discussed prior that if it was needed or not needed, I guess it's a question for one of the attorneys or maybe Mike. We were stating that how our advisory board is set up now, we wanted to add additional, at least 2 college-specific positions for that, and then 2 youth. We didn't know if that had to be incorporated into, I don't know, Manager Greer, did you get the answer to that? I know we were discussing if that had to be put in here or not.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if that, the composition of the actual board should be in the actual operating agreement. I think that's a commissioner/city decision that has to be made. We could, but it just for the operational agreement, the board makeup, I think would be a little problematic to put in there.
Go ahead, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess then my question would be, would we have, since it is joint where they appoint and we do, would that have to be an agreement where we'd have to vote on it and they'd have to vote on it? That's why I was asking how would that have to be done if not through the MOU?
Staff would like to bring that back when we bring it back in December in a form in which both boards can approve. Okay. Because it really shouldn't be in the operating agreement, and really staff shouldn't really be trying to codify it in the operating agreement, the makeup of the board that is appointed by both boards. Maybe I might have said that a little long-winded, but.
But they would have to vote also, I want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Yeah.
It'd have to be a mutual agreement for that to happen. Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of questions, Mr. Manager. Under 2 2B, and I'm looking at the red line agreement. 2B says, service level standards shall be designed to maintain recreational facilities and services generally as are currently provided in the municipal and county areas. So my question is, in terms of the formula or the budget at which our district would be operated, are we anticipating that there would be a huge dramatic cost increase over what we've seen previously?
Not at this time. That's one of the things the language that we will have to work through. And actually, that was one of Commissioner Patel's questions that we had, that we got to kind of work with the city and work through that. So we don't have any cost escalation. The indirect cost should actually be an index should be what we pay every year. Now, the actual operating expenses, we will have to review as part of the budget presentation every year, and then you will approve that then. And then if there's any escalation of costs, the commissioners can ask and inquire at that time.
Mr. Chairman, as a follow-up.
Go ahead.
And that kind of brings me to the follow-up. Under the same paragraph, under that it says, the director shall determine the nature and level of parks and recreation services and programs provided from time to time consistent with budgetary authorizations, which is what you just said. The director will consult from time to time as appropriate with the advisory committee described more fully in section 12. I take that to mean that that's the Joint Parks and Rec Advisory Board. What's the current makeup of that board?
I'm actually going to look to our colleagues at the Parks and Recreation if possible.
Can you step up to the mic?
Come join Michael.
We're live, or feel free to take a seat at the table.
I'm going to move, get my stuff out of your way.
Thank you.
Currently,
And just so everybody knows who you are.
Michael Gibson, Fayetteville Cumberland Parks and Recreation Director.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you all for having me. Currently, there are 7 that are appointed by the district or the county commissioners, and then there are 7 appointed by the city council, and then we have 1 ad hoc from the school system, and we have 1 that was from distinctly Fayetteville. But those are not appointed, those are just ad hoc. But there are 14,
Ex
7 and
officio.
7. Yes.
Non-voting, Mr.
Non-voting. ex
Non-voting,
officio.
yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm good.
Commissioner Tyson, for a little clarification, I hope you guys have got the different colored font. You got green. That's why this is somewhat confusing. The green font was placed in by city. Some of the red font was mine. It was marked out, so it's it's more than just a red line.
Other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Patel, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
For a series of questions.
Thank you. Let me see where I want to start. I want to thank our city partners for being here. So I had an opportunity to go through our agreement. I did have a lot of comments, so I won't go through that here today, but I did forward it for the board's info to our county manager and assistant county manager and our attorney. One of the concerns I've got with the agreement as it currently stands, it looks like it's just more of a fresh update to the 2004 agreement based on conversations with municipality leaders, our advisory board members, staff, residents. There was a significant amount of concern that this program is not balanced appropriately. So some of the key issues that I think need to be addressed before we can truly move on, and this is just a few points, but I think the government imbalance on the governance side, the city has a lot of the concentrated decision-making authority. There's not very much input that the county has over service levels, programming, maintenance priorities. From a financial standpoint, I understand we've got the indirect cost of $350,000 now in place with the CPI
increase annually. I don't know how that equally or unequally is allocated for cost sharing on capital projects, so that needs to be addressed. I believe there's a lack of transparency. There's no facility level P&L statements, rental revenue accounting, or performance metrics from maintenance and capital planning. We've seen gaps between city facilities and district facilities, maintenance schedules, again, PM schedules, capital priorities that are put in place without county input or a shared reporting system between both the county manager and the city manager. The HR structure, if we are looking to have employees on the city assets, the county assets, and then hybrid, I've got some concerns of how that would be managed just from running a business. I'll use a restaurant, for example. It's a pretty lean business. We don't have a lot of margins, so everyone's fairly cross-trained and can do almost any job. So I feel like in this situation, it would be more economical to have everyone almost as a hybrid. And the county manager and city manager can look into that. A few red flags I did see. Again, the service levels are fairly determined by the city. Insufficient financial information. The county, for instance, there's some risk issues that I've seen. County must be named as a additional insured on all the city policies, or the city must be named on as an additional insured on county policies, but it's not, vice versa. So the county's still liable potentially on city assets. So I don't think it would be that expensive to have both county and city. We need to establish some governance mechanisms for service levels, maintenance priorities, and capital planning. The termination procedure and the dispute resolution in this contract is fairly vague. Doesn't really give the county any area to really do much. And I'm not sure this is ready to be approved. I think the reality is, we pause, we need to update this so that there's input from the district, from the city, and bring it back, have a more modern, transparent, and equitable agreement that respects both the city and the county taxpayers and ensures that all residents receive fair and consistent recreational services. And this is extremely important, I believe, now because of the amount of investment that this board is putting into place in our school systems, our infrastructure moving forward to have a better quality of life, and parks and recreation is a huge portion of that. So I just want to make sure that the county's a strong partner going forward and with the city, and that we also make sure that we voice the concerns of the municipalities in unincorporated areas. So I don't know if that was a question or a statement, but that's kind of my input.
County manager, anything you want to?
No, I read over it. I got a chance to glance over his notes this afternoon, and I'll be talking with Commissioner Patel and talking with Rick and Faith and the city about how we move forward on those things.
Vice Chairman Jones, I'll go to Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I look through these notes, and there is a lot of highlight notes here, I see orange and I see red. So I had a question, turquoise number 14 here. I don't know who would be the appropriate person, Manager Greer, Mr. Gibson, or if someone, or even Deborah. Payment for indirect costs, and then I see there's a line out, but then it continues beginning in fiscal year 2025. And then there's some other lines that are marked out from the fundings of $350,000 as reimbursement, FCRP operations with the district that stays in the payment. So in that whole block there, number 14, if someone can just elaborate and break some of that down for me, because there is a lot of things that are marked out. So I guess discussion of if somebody can inform me or elaborate somewhat about the payment for indirect costs, indirect administrative costs, it states in here, and then I do believe I see something that says consumer price for all, CPI for all urban consumers. For myself, and I guess those that are listening, if you can just articulate what I'm reading here, but can you, I don't know if the orange, is that from us, and just how are we in that position with the city and the county is what I'm asking. Can you simplify that for me, please, Rick, or somebody?
So paragraph 14, if we can, the
Yes, sir.
unredlined area, if we can just walk through that.
Yes, sir. So to a very quick summation of the entire area is for the county to provide the city with $350,000 beginning of the year of the agreement for 2025 for indirect admin costs for operations for the district. So what it is that the information in that paragraph is the metrics that would be used to review and adjust that cost annually if there are any adjustments that need to be made.
I got a phone, please. Okay, I understand that part, but I guess this is kind of generic basic. So they mean admin costs for that if everyone in the recreation centers or managers, or I agree with Commissioner Patel, it's just somewhat vague. So I guess I was wanting a more of a specific breakdown. So I understand you stated 350,000 starting, I'm presuming, this year, but then when it states for operations within the district, I guess I want to know examples of what type of operations, and is this for all employees within the district? It's kind of vague, it's not really specific, and I guess I was trying to get to some of those details, or does anyone have those answers?
I can tell you that this was not the original language. This was originally a much shorter language that was just in addition to the district tax revenue, the county agreed to pay the city $60,000 a year annually, and has been doing that every year since 2004 for indirect costs. I'm thinking it went much more in. This is the orange print is stuff that's added. Some of the, if you see red that's been marked through, that's
Yes,
something the city did. This is not just a red line version that I did. This is a red line version that at least two other people have done stuff.
Okay.
And that's why there's different colors and font and stuff. And you can see some places where there was in red, like if you look at number 10, at the end of that, in all capital letters in red, it was language, the frequency of risk evaluations has never been assessed or done. Do we want to have the risk managers do this or strike this provision? Question mark. That was just a question mark that I made about this provision and wanted and had requests for some meetings for the city attorney to set up and possibly with Mr. Gibson there too. And so some of this stuff doesn't make sense because it was comments I was making to the other side to try to get some.
So the agreement,
conversation started.
I'm so sorry, the agreement in your packet is Rick's agreement with the city's comments on top of it to show the collaboration between the entire document.
So we'll get a clean-up version that we won't have to try to dissect sooner or later, right?
Well, frankly, we're so far apart that I don't know how we're going to do a clean. That's the problem. We are a great distance apart.
Okay. And I appreciate that because I love to read and it is a lot. And I understand the concept, but to try to, obtain this, to be able to know what's what. So thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you,
Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to echo those sentiments from the Vice Chair and Commissioner Patel. If we could just have a breakdown of what's included in those indirect costs, so we know that expectation, I think that would be, so we know that it's these items that we're paying for.
This is all I know. Okay.
Right. No, I'm just that's a request that I'm asking. But also, if we can, I'm sure that there's an annualized budget for this that's presented. So if the board can get that presentation also during our budgeting cycle, I think that would be good, whether it includes the operating budget, the capital improvement plan budget, so we can review that. The other thing is, we're talking about, potentially a new aquatic center. And as we look to maybe add additional rec assets, we need a mechanism for, if we're going to add those in to this program, of, how that's added in, and then how the services at those facilities are provided in terms of what that formula looks like for cost.
You got to keep in mind, we are funding this with a special district, a recreation district. By law, that is only for the provision of recreation services that we're not providing elsewhere. The county right now doesn't provide any recreation services.
Right.
We have a agreement with the city to provide the services provided, but it's just in the district, which includes now everything except the city of Fayetteville and Hope Mills. If we do an aquatics, and there were some other weird things that don't jump out at you in terms of the agreement. Some of it was because this agreement was done before the Big Bang, and then there were like 13 parks on school properties that the city regarded as county facilities, and there's all kinds of stuff, and it still needs to be cleaned up. But if we do an aquatic center, if the county actually does an aquatic center, that would have to be done with general funds, because we would be doing it for the entire county. If it's going, we're not.
Mr. Attorney, what I'm saying is there's going to be an operational cost for that facility. So if we're rolling in the operation of that facility into this program, then we just need to have a mechanism on what the value of that is, so that we can add or subtract recreational facilities. Because we may decide we have a facility that we want to turn over to the city that we own, for example, and there's just no mechanism to do that other than we serve notice and then we got to talk about it again.
Well, this would be the time, if you want to do something like that, to address it and get it done, or establish a mechanism.
And I think I think that's a request. So as we're going back and we're looking at this, let's add that to the list.
Yes, sir.
The mechanism to be able to, as outlined by what Commissioner Tyson just talked about, with additional assets that may be coming from the county.
Yes, sir.
Is that captured?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And going back to number 14, did I hear correctly? Did you state that at one time it used to be $60,000?
It has been $60,000 from 2004 until now.
Okay, and that's what I was going to ask is, I'd like to know the difference. $60,000 clearly is different than $350,000. So can somebody elaborate or fill me in on what the difference is, please?
Just the cost over the years, inflation, programming increases, things of that nature. Every year, both us and the city and the county both have indirect cost plans that we cause indirect costs to various programs and grants. And over the years, that amount has just grown to $350,000, agreed upon amount of $350,000. The original agreement was 20 years ago. So you index that with inflation and it gets you close to $350,000.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. I always just like to know if there's the reason behind it. That makes sense, but I always like to know. Thank you.
Any other questions? A couple questions from the chair. When we were moving through this and discussing it, I know we've had several internal meetings and the district meetings and then board meetings to give input. Any discussion along the lines as we look at this model and we talk to accountability, we need a mechanism for accountability. Are there conversations around a governing board around this versus the type of relationship that we have now? So modifying the relationship to say we have a governing board that's jointly funded, then there's accountability to the director that actually runs that entity. It may sound strangely familiar, but was there discussions around that movement to that type of model based on the type of assets, the type of growth that we've had, the issues that we've talked around about accountability, budgeting, P&Ls, the increase in revenue that's being put in from the county side? I'll pause.
Not at a detailed level, because from the county's perspective, we were concerned that we were making putting in commissioner we were taking on the responsibility of commissioners in the operating agreement. And I don't know if the attorney says that we need to address it in this agreement, we can. But it was just kind of concerning that we were kind of making a recommendation or putting in an operating agreement something about boards and appointments of board and things like that. And like I said, I don't have a problem with doing that.
I'm not talking about the commission. I'm talking about a governing board. So this not a commission, but a governing board, like we just had a conversation around Joint 911. So we have a board that is the governing board of Parks and Rec for everything outside of Hope Mills.
We did not have that conversation, but we can and get that implemented.
I guess my question is, as we look at scenarios, and I'm not saying that's a path we need to go down, but knowing the issues that the concerns and the items that we've laid out, speak to accountability, speak to budgeting, speak to the things that are strengthened by a governing board versus an interlocal agreement where you have a single entity that's running and minimize accountability. So I'm just wondering, do we look at that as a second option potentially? Because to Commissioner Patel's point, it really feels like we just kind of washed the old agreement and we didn't capture a lot of the points that Commissioner Patel has done a great job in laying out. And what we heard when we spent a lot of time in the districts. And we know that the angst of the accountability piece.
Absolutely. If I may, Mr. Greer, so this is perfect feedback for us as we go forward. So we'll take and we will look at that as one of the structure and one of the options as we work forward.
And County Manager, you may come back and say, interlocal agreement meets all the needs that we've outlined. You understand, I think, the commission's direction and what we're looking for. I know we've all talked about it at different times, but you may come back and say this is not a logical structure, but we want to achieve the goals that we've laid out.
Understood.
I can clarify somewhat. You know, we're working under the framework that was established in 2004.
I understand.
The resolution from the city and the county that did this, it wasn't meant to be an autonomous sort of situation. It was actually becoming a city department. The county had a recreation department at that time. Our employees were taken by the city. It was just set up to become a city department, and the county's only function, except for the stuff that was set out in the operations agreement, was the funding through the service district. The problem is that I think we have gotten kind of really pushing the limits on the use of some of those district funds with the way things are going.
And again, understand the framework, understand where we're from, but I'm also looking at an agreement and an arrangement that will now last 20 plus years versus where we are now. And so I think we're a different county than we were several years ago. The framework's different, the way the funds are used are different. Based on where we are, we should potentially maybe look at that as another course of action. And again, for us, it's achieving the goals the direction that we laid out. And I think Commissioner Patel captured a lot of that when we speak to the different points and what we heard from the districts, that we're responsible for in this, in this arrangement.
Absolutely.
And then I need to ask one other question for Commissioner Adams because he left, and I didn't take the time to look at it, so I'm just going to ask it. Are there any additional fees for county residents for pools and senior centers? Do they pay a different rate?
To my knowledge, they do not pay a different rate if they are district.
That was the question that Commissioner Adams wanted me to make sure I asked, and that's the answer he was looking for. So that's my only if we can, and again, staff, you may come back and say, attorney, you may come back and say it doesn't make sense. Just understand the goals and directions that we want to see, with that big one being accountability. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have another question in regards to, are there any plans to build or just any discussions to build another recreation? I know there's a lot of talk of over the riverside by the Cedar Creek area. There's been discussion about that for several years. Has there been any discussions on the Plan and Recreation Board, or that within Mr. Gibson, your staff or team or manager? One of y'all can.
Now, I'm a little loopy because it's been a long day, but we have a meeting scheduled either, I think, next week regarding Cedar Creek and the community center / Parks and Recreation.
Absolutely.
Next week.
Well, wonderful. I guess my question is right on time because I know I'm getting a lot of our, and we all provide service for them, but a lot of community members on that side of the river have been asking me about that. So that's good to know.
And Mr. Chairman, if I segue to that.
Go ahead.
The old agreement actually had provided for there to be a master recreation plan in place that was adopted by both the city council and the board of commissioners. In the years I've been here, most years, there has not been a master recreation plan adopted by the board of commissioners. I don't know if it was by the city, but there was a couple of times things submitted, but they were never carried forward in terms of any approval. So that's been a real weakness in the approach that we have used, because we'd already know the answer to that if we had a recreation plan in place. So this is a situation where the agreement wasn't so bad in 2004, but it never was really followed.
I'll do a follow-up real quick with Vice Chairman, and I'll move to Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Attorney Rick. Is there any, no time like the present, so is that something we can revisit by putting one in place now to prevent that from happening in the future, since we are, evolving and growing? Perhaps we can look into that, this board, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
I think that's part of what.
Absolutely.
But that was part of one of the goals, is us to have input in approval of the master plan annually.
We'll make one. Okay, great.
Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one quick question for Director Gibson. Director Gibson, for the master planning, is the advisory commission in charge of that for the 10-year master plan?
They are part of it,
Okay.
but we do have a joint master plan.
Okay. Thank you.
So County Manager, I don't think we're going to take any action. I think you've got direction on what we need to do. And then, so you want to bring this information back in a work session, and if we need to communicate with the board along the way to make sure we're capturing everything. Board, is it, you okay with that direction?
Yeah.
County Manager, does that give you what you need?
I got what I need.
And Michael Gibson, Director Gibson, thank you for being here. I think Adam's come back there. Adam, thank you for being here as well. Adam Lindsay, I always say it wrong, Assistant City Manager. I don't want to call you Deputy City Manager. I got in trouble for that before, but thank you for being here as well. Just want to make sure y'all have everything that you need on this item.
Yes, sir.
And we understand this is been a priority for this board for this year. We understand we've just got an outdated agreement. It's not a who shot John or anything like that. It's just time to update it. We want to work with the city to find the best tool that we can have to provide recreation to our citizens. Vice Chairman Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say, since our team is on fire today, I wanted to commend Commissioner Tyson. We worked well together in the work that he was doing at City Council today, and I want to commend you for the excellent work with Park and Recreation. Those are good points you made earlier. Just wanted to take the time to say that to the team.
All right. Board, we're going to take a short recess because I'm going to be committed to taking the breaks. As we've talked about previously, we're going to take a 10-minute recess to 7:30, and then we're going to push all the way through to the end. So we're on recess for 10 minutes.
I'm going to use the restroom. How much more we got? How much more we got?
You know, I got a...
How much more we got, y'all? How much more we got, y'all? I'm not going to ask no more questions because we got to get through. How are you? Always a pleasure to see you. I heard you went out of town. I hope you had a good trip.
We're just about to. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. At the sheriff's office.
Yeah, there's pizza and stuff.
I guess I'm for a leave.
I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah.
My kids call me.
Yeah, we had the Sheriff's Association, North Carolina Sheriff's Association.
heard y'all had a good turnout.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Too bad. Well, hopefully you won't get a little bit of time off in the morning. I hope.
Two more meetings.
I got 3 minutes on Saturday.
They will skip the non-official and we already took those off. So really, it's just this item. This item. And these closed session. We'll get you knocked out.
Just like that, 7 o'clock.
So you don't want anything to drink or anything?
I got some water right there. Okay. I'll get something right now. I'll be over there, fall asleep.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, Robin, if you asked me to spell my name, I couldn't spell it. But I can't take all the credit for it. I did grow up in a household of an accountant and a math teacher, so numbers are always in my head.
Some of this stuff, we've been trying to get this stuff on an agenda for months after months after months. It just kind of, and then getting started late, coming out of there. That's why I looked for anything I could peel off the agenda today. And I was like, and I talked to the manager, and he's like, sir, we got it.
We'd rather do it now,
we got
put
it.
it closer to
Got to
the
get it done.
holidays,
Yeah,
right?
got to get it done.
I got a whole bunch of stuff to go on in this session. I know. Some is yes, some is I don't know how you're gonna feel about it, we'll see. Me, but it's conversations we need to have, and someone need direction, I'll get a gut check on.
I'm on Gigi duty in the morning. I dropped my grandbaby off. I dropped him off at school
Oh, you good? Now, they come on sale a lot and all. So this is one of the tools I use to lose 47 pounds. I'm gonna show it to you, you go to the end. My wife, I had a nice little conversation with my wife after I bought it, but let me see. And slowly juice it. This is, let me see. No, you need to go to the actual website.
Oh, I was trying to tell you different here. After juice for the other night.
Okay, so here it is. But that's the wrong one, because that's the extended one. There's one that's just regular, and it's like $200 cheaper. I made And I make my sorbet, my ice cream, my sorbet, and all my juice. That's right.
There's watermelon juice.
I make watermelon juice,
Apple juice,
orange juice, grape juice, and you just throw it, you wash it, you just throw it in there, season all, and it'll make it. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, I have it all the time. People, you know, it's in a nice little bottle. They say you're supposed to drink it after 3 days. Now they got a call. I'm good watch. I'm the other night, it's on.
Good game?
Duke him on. They blew him out.
How you doing?
But Carolina beat the snot out of Rapids, so that made my bad.
Jeff was just trying to be hilarious.
Trust me, I get the same comment.
Okay.
She's okay, really? Yeah. I thought she didn't do that. You're coming through? Well, he was here. This is oh, wait. Well, I wasn't expecting that.
That's fair. I would say give it time. Even the sharpest blade.
Yeah.
I'm still passionate, just a little very. You got faith to go.
Because he comes in, he's like,
That's when I knew my, 12 hours.
I'm trying to get it, but we got a bunch of stuff to go through.
And I knew we were getting stuff about reading about myself. And throwing like minutes of meetings when I was there.
I did that September, Monday. I'll get Monday for that.
I think it's the moment it was said, it's around, seems to be counting.
Yeah.
All right, one of them said it's like, and you're about 7 or 8 drinking, you
I'll send it to you. Type it over on my desktop.
I know that one.
Never stopped after
Wasn't
that.
it like really?
Here I remember the people that recruited me.
You're spot on, as always. Spot on.
We don't need a lot of detail.
No, we're not. We're not gonna do that. I'm gonna move through that.
right, whatever, exactly.
Yeah, we did.
That's good. That was the original. Yeah.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. What's on my mind? Yeah.
Mr. You.
Mr. Dad.
I would tell you.
Oh. Nice. We loved it. Nice. Does MN know that?
When people get under pressure, because I remember John called.
He just sent me a message.
The mayor against inaugurations, like, and, you know, we've got Robert Bennett.
I tried to remind him today that we're not all bad.
I've heard the kids do like they go with it,
Right, and I don't get offended by it.
Oh, I thought you were ready to go.
Sure. He didn't have any money either, so I do it both my years.
It's when you die that, you know.
Right.
All right, board, we'll go ahead and get back started. We'll go ahead and come out of recess, and we will move to the next item, feasibility study for Cumberland County Aquatic Centers. County Manager Greer.
Yes, and back in August, we had a community meeting with key stakeholders discussing and getting their feedback on the potential of a aquatic center for the county. And I'm asking, and in the fiscal year budget, we adopted planning money of approximately $500,000. I'm asking the board approval to, the first step would be to conduct a feasibility study regarding the aquatic center, where the potential site would be, design options, and preliminary projections. We don't anticipate that the feasibility study will cost more than $25,000, and we request approval to move forward with the feasibility study, or procuring an RFP for the feasibility study. I'm sorry.
Commissioners, questions on this item? Commissioner Patel.
Yes, thanks, Chairman. For this feasibility study, have we considered maybe asking one of our partners, like the TDA, to maybe help on that study?
No, I didn't think about that, but we can.
Okay.
I don't know if I can really say that. I guess I had to flip roles since I'm a TDA board member.
We can ask.
We can draft a letter from me, and we can make a request.
Okay. But yeah, we will inquire about that. Okay.
Any other questions on this? This is the next step in moving this aquatic center forward. Hearing no other questions, I'll entertain a motion. Vice Chairman Jones.
I motion we approve staff proceeding with an RFP to hire a consultant to complete the feasibility study for future aquatics center and place item on November 17, 2025, regular meeting agenda as a consent agenda item.
Is there a second?
Second.
We've got a motion for feasibility study for the Cumberland County Aquatic Center. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or questions on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to the next item, Town of Spring Lake Financial and Service Request. County Manager Greer.
Yes, in some discussions with the town manager of Spring Lake, there were a couple of items that he wanted to request the board either pay and or forgive. The first one being when they no longer service the Manchester Fire District last year. They continued to provide services through September 30th, 2024, and they asking the county to reimburse them for $40,000 for those services rendered from July through September 2024. That money would come out of the fund balance of the fire district tax. And then they're asking also to waive the remaining 3 quarterly dispatch services payment for fiscal year 2026. That totals approximately $100,160, and they say this will allow Spring Lake to replace one of the 3 police officers frozen in the budget due to sales tax losses, as they say. Recently, at the first of the fiscal year, Town of Spring Lake communicated that they were no longer, gave us a year with notice that they did not want dispatch services starting with fiscal year 26-27. And they're asking us to waive those 3 quarterly payments for this fiscal year. And I can't waive those fees and or recommend or go ahead and pay that. And I wanted to get the board's authorization or other decision points on those 2 items.
Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First question, I guess, one, if they're not going to have us dispatch, are they going to Harnett County or are they going to another partner? Do we know?
I would have to find that out. It was just they wanted to get the refund, and they didn't say that they were going to anybody else. In previous discussions, and I will have to follow up with the town manager, it's his thought that the taxpayers already paid for the dispatch fee as part of their property taxes.
And before we, just as a quick, County Manager Greer, they had sent us a termination agreement on that dispatch services effective
June 30th, 2026.
So these 3 quarterly dispatch payments are
for this fiscal year.
For this fiscal year. So they're terminating the contract and then requesting waiving the remaining fees.
Yes.
Okay. For clarification. Do you have follow-up, Commissioner Tyson?
No, I think I'm good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I do have a few questions about that. So June, they terminated it, but this is now, let me be clear on this. They terminated in June, but we're now in November. So services still have been being provided? Is that not correct?
Well, they had to give us a year notice of when they plan to terminate the agreement. So they gave us a year notice. So the agreement, our agreement with them will not terminate until June 30th, 2026.
And they're requesting a refund for what, again?
They're requesting that we waive the payments, the remaining payments for this fiscal year for their dispatch services that they paid to us.
Okay, so I guess this is my question then. They want that to be waived, but you're still going to be getting services because next year is June of 2026, right? So, I mean, you don't get to get free services. I guess that's where I'm confused. They want to just waive, continue to get services, make no payment, which would be wonderful in a great free world, but it's not free. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that. Waive the fee, but determination doesn't start until next year, but you'll still be getting services. I just want to make it plain. Is that correct? You don't have to pay anything, but we're still going to provide you services. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, since we're having discussion, I'm not in favor of that whatsoever. Not at all. If you have services or maybe negotiate, you don't have to pay the full amount. But I mean, realistically, I mean, you can't get services and not compensate and pay something. I mean, maybe we can take that back to the manager to negotiate, because certainly not just, we're letting you know in 6 months, but by the way, we get to have services. No one else gets to do that. Respectfully, I love Spring Lake. I have residents out there, but I don't see how that's beneficial beneficial overall. So I'm just, we might need to discuss something else.
Anything else, Vice Chairman?
No, thank you so much.
Commissioner Tyson, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that just kind of preempted another thought that I had. Are these recommended actions coming straight from the manager, or are these voted on, and are they recommendations by the Spring Lake Town Board?
I will let me confirm, but it was my understanding that these were actions by the Spring Lake Board, but I will confirm.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, any other questions? So, County Manager Greer, can you just go back over the request one more time, just very briefly, to make sure we capture it?
The first request is to reimburse them for fire services provided from July 1st through September 30th, 2024, when they had ended the fire service agreement. And then the second request is to waive the remaining 3 quarterly dispatch services payments for Town of Spring Lake for this current fiscal year, which will total $101,160.
Was there a discussion on the Spring Lake property taxes payments?
As far as the fee they pay us?
The back taxes on the Spring Lake Property Association property is wholly owned by Spring Lake. As that money would come back, it comes back this way, 40 to 60, I think it's like.
There was a discussion, I have to check back with Joe Utley on that. There was a discussion on that, but let me just check with Joe tomorrow morning, and I'll send the email to the board regarding that.
Okay. Commissioner Fairclough, you got a question?
I think Commissioner Patel and I were just discussing the source of which property tax we're talking about here, fire tax, regular property tax, or what. But the question I think I have is, while Manchester was not providing service and Spring Lake was covering them, is what I understand is part of the issue, what were we doing, or who was collecting the fire tax and paying it to whom? Was Manchester getting paid during that period, or do we have money that was not paid out?
We have the money that was not paid out. It was in fund balance. We have the money, and it's the fire tax for the $40,000. And if it was approved, we would pay it out of the fire tax.
If this was approved?
Yes.
Okay, that is right.
And it's from the fund balance. The money, so the money was captured but never paid out?
Correct.
Okay.
But it's fire tax.
So it's sitting there, yeah, it's fire tax dollars.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Board, of these requests, are there any that we want to take action on? Do we want to look at the fire district request or dispatch services or any of the other requests? Do we want to take action on anything?
What's the recommendation?
Okay. Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question before we answer that is, on any other instance, do we provide services within a municipal limit to anybody else that we don't charge them for?
County manager?
No.
Planning?
No.
We have an agreement like we had in Spring Lake for Hope Meals for their dispatch services, and they pay.
Yeah, because, Mr. Chairman, if I'm one of these other municipalities, I'm going to ask the same question. Why should my residents pay if you're not going to make these folks pay? So I just offer that up for consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm in agreement, and that's the exact thing I was stating and concerned about earlier, is that, you know, if you're getting services, you have to pay, and I mean, you're waiving things, because I would feel the same way if I was a neighboring, municipality, and just, so, just a concern, and then we do have two other board members aren't here, so I needed some more answers. Ask is still leery about the fire tax and things like that, but I do have a concern about receiving services and refunds, and you're going to be receiving services, but you don't have to pay and waive it. And I mean, we don't want to set that precedent. So then, the neighboring town might say, they might feel that that's a warrant for them to do. So I'm just not comfortable with that at this time. I'm not ready to make any actions or decisions on any of the Spring Lake requests. Perhaps you can go back and renegotiate with their town manager, or their board can talk to him. I'm not in favor of the request from my stands. Certainly not to make a decision on it.
Commissioner Patel, you recognize.
Thank you, Chairman. I think from my position, I have the same question as Commissioner Tyson. Once the county manager can get us back an answer if that was a board decision or not, and then to also, I have a concern of setting a precedence if that's not been there. So, and to Vice Chairwoman's point, we do have two. So I would like to see if we can get some answers before we make a decision or action.
Commissioner Fairclough, you recognize.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to move that if it be in order, I'd like for us to move move that we table this item at least till the Monday night meeting, if we can get some answers to some questions. It might clarify, and then if we can get a recommendation from the manager.
I would recommend that we do reimburse them the $40,000 for, I'm sorry.
Hold on one second, Kevin. You just made a motion to table, so I just want to make
Yeah,
sure
that's what I'm trying to
but
do.
before you make that motion, can we get the input from county manager? And then, before you table, hold on, Rick. Or unless you parliamentary procedure me.
No, I'll
Okay.
I'll give you some background.
All right. County manager, what were you?
I'll wait. Let me get more context and then I'll provide information to the board tomorrow.
Table is a non-debatable motion, so I'm trying to get any conversation out before we get
Right,
a second.
I was hoping to clarify that tabling would give us an opportunity to get.
But we just don't have to take action. We can take no action on the items tonight.
I'll withdraw it.
Okay, thank you.
I just need to know this background. This wasn't an arbitrary thing, the arrangement with Hope Mills and Spring Lake when it was done. We took their employees.
Right.
They were doing their dispatch. We took their employees. The rates are different because we took more employees from Hope Mills than we did from Spring Lake, and we've never raised that rate in all these years. So it was not just an arbitrary thing.
And that's on the dispatch agreement.
On the dispatch agreement,
Because
yes, sir.
we're talking about 2 or 3 different things. So we've got a fire district agreement, services, we've got dispatch services, and I think those are the two key things. Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a point of procedure, if we're going to have this on our Monday night agenda meeting, won't we need to make a motion that we add it to that agenda?
I don't necessarily, so the recommendation I would make it feels like I heard 3 commissioners say it and really 4. Boards speak in resolutions. And so if this is the will of the Spring Lake Board and it's their request, unless it's at an authorization level for the manager to do, then the boards need to speak in resolutions, and that way we'll clearly know majority of the board's desire. Unless you're at your level authorized, you want to recommend an authorization of something.
I'm not authorized to waive any fees. My county attorney let me know that.
Including the fire district?
Correct.
Okay. So I think our direction is, and I can do it if you can capture the request, and I think I've got the email, and just make sure Andrea has it. We can send Mayor a note by email and follow up to ask for a resolution by the board so we know that this is board action. I think that's a valid question that was asked that I don't see it as part of our conversations. Vice Chairman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is going to be sent to the mayor and the complete board,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, ma'am. I always send if I do any correspondence with a mayor, it always goes to all their commissioners as well as all of our commissioners as well. Any of the elected bodies, it will go to completely. But yes, ma'am, good point. Any other questions? Manager Greer, does that give you direction on that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and move to the next item. I'm going to call it J, Unhoused Support Center.
Yes, Heather Skeens, Assistant County Manager, will present this item and answer any questions you may have.
Good evening again, and okay, I thought there was a presentation. Danny, I'm just going to say next slide when I'm ready, if that's okay. So if you can go to the next slide. So thank you. This is the updated schedule timeline, a very high-level timeline of where we are with the Unhoused Center. We will do a presentation to the Unhoused Committee next month, and we'll have a built-out timeline with actual dates in it to present to the Unhoused Committee. Next slide. So for the purpose of this evening, I wanted to talk a little bit about our RFP, our request for proposals for our Unhoused Support Center operator. That RFP was released on September 29th, 2025. Our questions were due on October 8th, 2025. We had a virtual information session on October 16th, 2025, and proposals were due on October 28th. And I apologize, I have 28 here, but it was 2025. The Unhoused Committee reviewed results on November 10th and directed results be presented during this agenda session. And additionally, the Board of Commissioners meeting on October 20th, the motion was that staff move forward with a recommendation for center provider and estimated budget and bring that back to the committee in November. And the committee directed the budget to be presented at this agenda session. Next slide. So we received 4 responses to the unhoused sports center RFP. All of them were scored and evaluated with the following results. So the first one was Cornerstone Christian Empowerment. They were a non-responsive bidder as they did not sign all the required forms. Family Endeavors proposal was $32,500 for pre-operational cost. So consulting fees up into opening of the center. And their budget was just shy of $3.2 million, which did include the $32,000. And they had, as you can see, a combined score of 328. Manna Church submitted. Their pre-operation cost for 2 years was $439,000, with their annual budget of just shy of $2.9 million. And their combined score from the committee was 300. And then we had a company called MDM LLC, and they were a non-responsive bidder as they did not sign all their required forms. So we evaluated 2 full proposals that were complete, that were responsive bidder. Next slide. The recommendation from the scoring panel was Family Endeavors. The budget noted on the screen was provided by Family Endeavors. I apologize. Is there a question?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So the pre-shelter cost in their budget was $32,500, and their annual shelter cost was again about $3.2 million. They did have some assumptions in their proposal: 100-bed facility, not paying for utilities or furniture. They had 100 hours of consulting services to prepare for the facility opening. And they made an assumption that maintenance and landscaping would be provided by the county, so their budget did not include any of those items. They also had a price for a van. Their budget in this proposal, this was their budget in the proposal, and so if we contract with Family Endeavors, we would need to really go through and dissect this budget and put it in staffing categories and so all of the operational costs. But this is what they provided in their budget. Next slide. So again, we would like to move forward with contracting with Family Endeavors, requesting the $32,500 come from the ARPA freed up capacity, and we bring that back in December. Those pre-construction consulting fees, and the initial cost with initial budget, once we work through that, would be considered in the next 2 fiscal years, and then placed in the budget annually as an annual expenditure. Next slide. So I will pause there as the next slide talks about the alternative site discussion, and see if there are any questions about the operator.
Thank you. Commission questions, Vice Chairman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you go back to the Manna? I know that they had put their proposal, I guess it stated for, the amount was for 2 years, so if you don't mind, can you just go back to that original slide where it said Manna? There was a bit, all the way, okay. So, because I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, that for their $390,000, that says for 2 years, correct? Because
Yeah, and Danny, if you could advance one slide. Yes. So yes, their 439 is for 2 years of pre-construction consultation.
So then that's basically half of what that is. I was just trying to. And then your scoring, when you offer the scoring, because I know it's just not that much of a difference in scoring, but to be honest, it is pre-operations because that's for 2 years, so it really would be half of that. I mean, I know the other, that's what I was trying to I guess I wanted to see that of what they don't include, since I know you were saying that the recommendation, they scored what, 28 points higher. That of what is not included, are they including that at Manna Church? The items that you listed and stated is not included by Family Endeavors? Are those items of operations included by Manna? Is that what the difference is, or yes or no?
So Manna's budget was more developed in their proposal than Family Endeavors. I think that answers the question. The difference between the two proposals is that Family Endeavors has operated large shelters across the nation. They do have a presence in Fayetteville and have provided services in Fayetteville and have run shelters that are at least 100 capacity and larger. And they have run all types of disaster, emergency response, COVID shelters, whereas Manna has a limited presence, although they do it very well, a limited presence in sheltering right now. Their largest shelter is 22 beds. And so the total proposal for Family Endeavors was much more defined and easily read in terms of, you could see their training, their qualifications, experience, their staff, versus Manna. And again, Manna's proposal was very good also. It just was not as well developed as Family Endeavor was.
Thank you for the follow-up. You've answered pretty much of my questions, but I do have another question. This one may or may not know, and I'm not weighing one way or another, still deciding. But did Manna not, I thought that they did a lot of work for the city when we were in crises with a hurricane and something else happened, that the city, I don't know if it was a contract, but I just recall that they were being utilized at one time during an emergency situation. It was one of the hurricanes or something to that point of view. Does anybody have any recollection of that? I know that the city asked them for assistance, and it's been a while, but I remember it was a disaster time. It was one of the hurricanes, but something had happened. And does anybody have any information on that, to my recollection?
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I seem to recall that they did provide some of those temporary services, as you suggested. I think they did it at their Cliffdale location, if I remember correctly. And they did provide some sheltering services at that time. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, continue on. Thank you. That was my only questions of concern.
Hold on. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you. On the Family Endeavors proposal, you said it only includes consultation up to 100 hours. Was there?
Yes.
What would have been? What would be the cost, or what would be the budgetary impact if it went over the 100 hour?
That was not included in their proposal. I've not had any conversation with them because it's not been presented to you all. Their $32,500 is 400 hours of consultation for however long that takes.
Follow up. Go ahead. Was there any time limit or constrictions put on the pre-operation funds on the other bid? Did it include a cap on the amount of hours that they were willing to spend on the project?
For Family Endeavors or for Manna?
For Manna Church?
I can, if you'll give me a minute, I can pull that and see if they had a cap. I don't recollect there being a cap, but.
And the only reason I bring that up, Mr. Chairman, I mean, that's basically at 100 hours, you're only talking 2.5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And so if, I don't know how long it's going to take for us to kind of work through what we had talked about with the design and everything else, but I'm just curious, services after the 100 hours.
I would think if we need clarification on anything in here that we don't have, we can go back and the staff can get those additional items before we make any final decisions. before we make any final.
And Mr. Chairman, along that line, could we get a copy of what the proposed budgets are from each proposal so we can look through the proposed budgets?
A copy of the operating budgets?
Yeah.
Sure. Anything else, Commissioner Tyson?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Fairclough?
I just kind of followed up on what the Vice Chair and Commissioner Tyson were just talking about. I feel like well, it's not, they don't have a caption, but the category here was one is 32.5, one is 439. Looks like to me they're bidding on apples and oranges. And I'm just confused that we don't have all the information that we could make a decision on that right there, because everything else is comparable. But those two, there's just something, there's a missing link there.
So board, what I'm hearing is before we want to move forward or take any action, we need some additional items. One being a breakdown of the operational budget. And it may just be easier, County Manager, to provide the entire RFP response. And then, but a follow-up question on the pre-construction for Family Endeavors. That fee, what happens when we go over 100 hours? Are they charging us hourly? Do we get a block of hours? What does that look like? So that we can try to compare, so we understand what that is. I think those are the two do-outs the commissioners would need before we move forward with anything. Is there anything else, board? Okay. So that's direction for the provider RFP, and I'm assuming the operating cost estimates are what's wrapped up in the operating budget. So that answers both of those? Or is there another piece to the operating budget? Operating cost.
Yes.
You're right.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for MANA, the pre-operation budget for 439, that includes a 2-year pre-expense. And what I'm showing here is there is a staffing cost here of $271,400. There is a office equipment repair and maintenance budget of $1,000. It includes equipment rental, phones and computers, $2,400. A vehicle purchase or purchases, $140,000. Insurance to the vehicle, $3,600. And then there is a 5% administrative overhead cost there for $20,920 for a total cost, I think that may be a typo, of $439,320.
Mr. Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what they're talking about is actually obtaining items to be able to do the contract.
Correct.
Not just providing us with
Consulting
consultation
hours.
services on design.
That's correct.
I got you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Is that Vice Chairman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So then, do we know the breakdown? I appreciate that for what Family Endeavors. Surely, I mean, it can't be 32, I mean, great if it is, but what is their breakdown with staff and all of that? 300, how much?
I'm assuming they did $325 an hour at 100 hours.
But then I'd need to know how many staff, like they broke theirs down, I mean.
I'm sure, and I don't mean to speak for them, but I would assume that it's a loaded labor rate. So they're saying we load everything, all the cost into it, and our cost is $325 an hour for 100 hours. That's probably how they got to it. But it may say that in the RFP, but normally they would put loaded labor rate or loaded rate.
It's very cut and dry. It's just the 320. So same math. We did we're assuming 320 hours loaded. And MANA did break it down, but they're including some of those pre-costs that they would have things in place before the operation of the actual center. And then I believe Family Endeavors is focusing on that consulting staff cost or whatever that may cost.
So they didn't add in on their RFP, their pre-cost is not adding into theirs then for Family Endeavors, like how they broke theirs down?
Not in this manner.
But in theirs, it is not the Family Endeavors, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I would like to know what that is, to get a true comparison. I said it would be nice to know what their breakdown is. I mean, does she have it? I mean,
Or could it be the other way where we ask Manna for a loaded labor rate?
well, that's, yeah, to be able to compare the two together, yeah, exactly. It can be flipped either way, or have Manna tell us what their loaded rate is, exactly. But seems like using two different formulas, I'm not able to really differentiate which would be the best beneficial. So yes, or maybe we could just ask Manna what their loaded rate is, if possible.
I can do that.
Yeah, so I hear three things. One, I hear the breakdown of the operating budget, which you will achieve by sending us the full RFP, an understanding of the loaded labor rate for both, and what's the third one? I wrote it down, I did not.
And the 100 hours.
And the 100.
Yeah, and the 100 hours.
100 hours.
For the consulting.
Above the 100, what happens past 100 hours?
And how many hours of consulting, if any, does Manna offer? I didn't hear anything about that.
Board, is that good for anything else we need to add for direction for, so if we can get that, bring it back? I know we're kind of on a time constraint because we wanted to make sure we had one of the requests, and I think consensus of the board was to have an operator or a provider of board as we're moving forward with the unhoused support center. But we're in that window where there's just work being done by the architects. So does it make sense we could have that back, provide the information to the board by email, and then we could bring that back in the December work session?
Will do.
Unless you want to, yeah, is that okay? Or she's coming through the committee?
That's fine with me.
Anything else?
Commissioner Patel.
So I just wanted to touch briefly on, Danny, if you could advance to alternative site discussion.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Back one slide, please, yeah. So the alternative site discussion, I think we may talk about in closed session, but I've worked closely with LS3P and Bar to look at 32 plus sites. And these are the criteria we looked at in order to try to assess all the vacant land in the city limits of Fayetteville in order to access transportation. In order for us to really go any further with looking at that property, we would like to put out an RFP for a realtor to enhance those discussions. And that's certainly will take any questions. Next slide is recommendation, which we've already talked about, so I'm not going to review that slide. And I'll be happy to answer any questions about the alternative site discussion.
And just, Commission, just before we ask questions or discussion, just a reminder, we'll have a further conversation in closed session around real estate transactions. Any questions on this?
Could I see the next slide again, please?
I think it was just the recommendations.
Okay, that's what I want to see.
All right, County Manager, does that give you what you need on this item? All right, we'll go ahead and thank you, Assistant County Manager Skeens, appreciate it. Thanks for the update. We'll go ahead and move to monthly reports.
Mr. Chairman, can I just interject? Could I make a motion that we receive the monthly reports without objection?
Are you making that form of motion, Commissioner Tyson?
Yes, sir.
Second.
Any discussion or comments on the motion? Hearing none, so moved, the monthly reports are approved. Without objection, the monthly reports are approved.
Is that Vice Chairwoman that seconded?
Yes.
Oh, oh,
I see.
okay.
No. Without objection. All right, at this time, we'll go ahead and move to the next item, our closed session. And I'll call on Vice Chairman Jones for a motion.
I move to go into closed session for the following personal matters pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A6. Also real property acquisition pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A5, and also economic development pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A4.
Second the motion.
And a motion to move into closed session pursuant to the statutes outlined, been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Unanimous.
And we are now in closed session. We can secure the room.
I mean, just,
That's why I appreciate you giving me that time to walk through that.
I had it ready to do it, if you didn't do it, then I was gonna do it.
Heather?
Yeah, you I mean, they're the one that kept stopping them, like, shut up,
Heather?
let's get through the presentation.
I'm here now.
oh, because Mike's off, that's why. Oh, okay.
I have to say that. You don't. And at this time, I'll entertain a motion from Vice Chairwoman Jones.
Yes, motion to come out of closed session for personnel matter pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A6 and real property acquisition pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A5 and economic development pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A4.
Second.
Got a motion to come out of closed session. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
At this time, I will entertain a motion from Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we authorize the county manager to establish a non-classified position salary not to exceed $165,000.
Second motion.
We've got a motion on the table to authorize the county manager to establish a non-classified position salary not to exceed $165,000. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Unanimous.
At this time, I will entertain a motion from Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Chairman. At this time, I will make a motion to authorize the FAEDC team up to $25,000 to solicitate a proposal from the consulting firm RevPAR to update the current study for downtown Fayetteville in order to solicit developer interest.
Second motion.
County manager, that give you what you need? We've got a motion on the table to authorize up to $25,000 to update a study, authorize to allocate to FAEDC up to $25,000 to update a hotel study or a hospitality study.
There's a development study for downtown Fayetteville.
It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
Seeing no other business come before this board, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Vice Chairman Jones.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We've got a motion to adjourn, properly seconded. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And we're adjourned.